relative to
Thank you, thank you. Just a matter of interest, perhaps. Why is this called a takedown and not arrest?
It's referred to in the operations arena as a takedown operation. So Captain Wanda might give us elaborate on why they call it a takedown. He also refers to it as a takedown operation. There must be some significance, Chair.
Oh, thank you, thank you. I'm sure it doesn't affect the merits, but I've heard this before, not for the first time now. Thank you. Captain Wanda, good morning.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Thank you. Do you swear that the evidence you are going to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Nube?
Thank you, Chair. Captain Wanda, could I just ask you to please look at the bundle that's in front of you? You will see that the first section, section 1, contains a witness statement with your name on. If I could ask you to go to page 9 of section 1.
Yes, I'm there, Commissioner.
Can you confirm that that is your signature at the bottom of that page?
That is correct, Commissioner. I confirm.
Do you confirm that the statement that appears in section 1 from page 1 to 9 is your statement that was prepared for purposes of this evidence that you're giving today?
Yes, I do confirm.
And then do you confirm the contents of the statement to be true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, I do confirm.
Thank you, Chair. Captain Wanda, can we start on page 1 of your statement, please? On page 1, you deal with your background in the South African Police Services. Could you just explain to the commissioners what your background is?
Oh, thank you, Commissioner. I'm an adult male, a captain employed in the South African Police Services, Captain Maxwell Tulani Wanda, and currently attached at Local Criminal Records Center in Richards Bay, which is LCRC. I am primarily as a crime scene investigator, but I am also a photographer, videographer, draftsman, as well as the fingerprint experts, and also as the crime scene investigation manager as well. So I have got 32 years experience in the South African Police Services, and of which 30 years I've been employed as a crime scene investigator in the environment of Local Criminal Records Center, LCRC, and I've been in the rank of the captain for 6 years.
Thank you, Captain. Can you just tell us more about the Local Criminal Records Center? What is that?
A Local Criminal Records Center it's a local office at a local level or at a station where it deals with cases where where attends to all crimes of sins where the crime has been committed. It can be a murder, housebreaking, etc., etc. But it's under CR and CSM, which is a criminal record and crime scene management, which is a component. And the Local Criminal Records Center is a sub-component and under the division of forensic services.
Okay. You also mentioned that you were a draftsman. What would a draftsman be doing within the police services?
It's a fully qualified, trained police officer who draws sketch plans and can also, who can draw sketch plans.
Okay. And in paragraph 2, you talk about your role at crime scenes. Can you just elaborate on that, please?
I'm ordinarily called on crime scenes to ensure the optimization of the form of evidence collected on point of view and to a certain collection of exhibits to take photographs, including exhibit collections, fingerprints, related cases as well. I do attend to that. And also to assist in the dispatching of exhibits from the crime scene to the respective laboratory and to ensure that the exhibits are not compromised.
And you say in your statement that you generally arrive at the crime scene after the investigating team. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now, in paragraph 3, you would have heard the chair's question to me about takedown operations. Before we get into your paragraph 3, can you tell us why do you call it a takedown operation?
I think a takedown operation is a operation where it's a planned operation where there is a J50 has to be executed.
Okay, and the J50 would be a warrant of arrest.
A warrant of arrest, that's correct, Commissioner.
So why don't you just call it a warrant of arrest execution operation?
Well, ever since I've been in this career, that's the term that are familiar to me, and then that has been used up to my knowledge, up to the best of my knowledge.
Okay, I think then we'll stick to that term if the chair is fine with that.
No problem at all.
Thank you, Chair. So can you just tell us what is your involvement at a takedown operation as compared to a crime scene, which you referred to at paragraph 2?
On the takedown operations, my involvement will be to be on standby. When the J50 is being executed or warrant of arrest is being executed by the certain respective police officers, that will be investigating officer would be leading that team. And then later, when they do find some where there's an activity where it requires our expertise as the crime scene investigator, and then we called later to come and process, but we are not being part of the execution of the J50 and so forth.
Okay, if we can then go to page 2 of your statement at paragraph 4. You speak about your involvement with the PKTT, which is the Political Killings Task Team. Can you elaborate on that?
Commissioner, let me start by explaining the PKTT. PKTT is a political killings task team that deals with the political related cases. I was deployed at PKTT on December 31 in the year 2023 until April the year 2025, where I was a tactical commander for LSRC, which entails leading the PKTT evidence collection team. This was a very important role to the lawful collection and preservation of evidence as critical experts of any criminal cases, and if the integrity of the evidence collection and process is compromised, it may impact the admissibility of evidence. And it must be also that prior to joining the PKTT, I was attached to the local criminal records center in Richards Bay, where I am stationed currently as the CSI commander. In fact, I was there before my deployment to the PKTT.
After April 2025, did you go back to Richards Bay?
That is correct, Commissioner.
And why did you go back?
Commissioner, there was the task team, our task team coordinator came and addressed us, yes.
Let me give context.
Yes.
You are part of the PKTT from 31 December 2023. And as we speak, my understanding is that the PKTT has not been disbanded. It still exists.
Yes.
So why did you go back if the PKTT still exists?
Okay. On the PKTT, it consists of a different role players, which was myself under forensics, and there was also forensics, which included LCRC and ballistic, and there was the crime intelligence in that team. But we were addressed by our project coordinator to withdraw from the team, to go back to our offices, because there was some letter of disbandment of the team. So, but the rest, like a detection team, were left behind just to oversee the dockets that they were still having on hand.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Captain Wanda, at starting at paragraph 5 of your statement, you deal with the takedown operations of 6 December 2024 and your involvement. Can you take us through how you got involved in the operation and what was the operation?
Perhaps, Captain Wanda, before you do that, let me ask a question arising from paragraph 4. And the question is, before you joined the PKTT and you were based LCRC, am I correct that you would be called out to crime scenes even before you joined the PKTT? You would be called out to crime scenes to do exactly the work that you described?
That is correct, Commissioner.
And so what difference, if at all, did it make that now you are located within the PKTT? You're a member of the PKTT. What qualitative difference did that make?
There's no difference.
Okay. So when the PKTT is at a scene, or the detectives are at a scene,
Yes.
they would call out from the LCRC
Yes.
that they require people.
Yes.
Okay. And in terms of time that it takes for you to be on the scene when you are from the LCRC or when you're part of the PKTT, did that make a difference at all? The quickness and response
there would be a
time.
difference, yes, yes.
In what way? Can you explain
on
that?
the PKTT, the reaction time was much quicker compared to the LCRC.
And why is that the case? Practically, why is it that? What does that mean?
For special, let me start on the PKTT. On the PKTT, you are there as readily available. You are 24 hours on standby. But on the local criminal records center, you are on standby as well, because we do get members standby for any serious cases. But in between, during the course of the day, you receive other cases as well that you had to attend to, different cases. As I started earlier on explaining the cases that we attend to. So the reaction time might be not the same, yes. More especially if you are called at night, you have to wake up and get dressed and also proceed to the scene. Or else the case gonna go through from the station to the radio room, from the radio room to the member on standby. So that causes just a bit of a time delay.
So the difference is the response time.
It's the response time, that's correct.
All right, thank you, Ms. Nube.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi.
Can I just follow up on that? Is the difference that within the PKTT, all the specialized teams were in one place, so it was easier to work with each other and finish an investigation, as opposed to a normal police station where if you need a specialized service, you would have to ask for it, and then the reaction time would be longer because it depended on availability of resources?
That is correct, Commissioner. That is correct.
Thank you, Commissioner Kumalo. Okay, Captain Wanda, then if we can go back to your statement, page 2, paragraph 5. I was asking you about your involvement in the takedown operation of 6 December 2024. If you could tell us how you got involved in that operation.
Okay, on the 5th of December, year 2024, I was officially on duty at Majok, which is a mission area, joint operations center in Durban, KwaZulu-Natal, whereby I received a call from my commander to prepare myself to go and assist in the planned takedown operation that will be taking place on the 6th of December in Gauteng. I therefore, on the 6th of December, then myself and my other LSRC member with the 2 combat members, one was a driver and the other one was just a combat member just to give us some protection. We left at about 2 a.m. in the morning and we arrived in Gauteng at about 8:30 the same morning. And around about 9 o'clock, we met my commander in that time, who gave me a phone call on the 5th to prepare myself to go to Pretoria. And then he's the one who addressed us about the takedown operation that was going to take place on the same day of the 6th of September.
And when he addressed you, what details did he give you about the operation?
The first thing that he told us that there will be a warrant of arrest that will be executed, which involves a person or whom I didn't know at that time, who was allegedly to be involved in the murder case, and the other co-accused as well, of which I didn't know him at that stage. And then after giving us that explanation, and then he became on standby up until we received a call to go and assist the team that was already on the scene.
Did he give you the names of the suspects that were going to be arrested at that stage?
No, at that stage, no. He didn't have. He sticked on just there's a suspect person. Yes.
At what point did you become aware of the identity of the person?
Upon the arrival on a certain house in Sentin, there was 2 persons that were arrested. Of one was arrested and neutralized, and one was arrested, and then I was made aware that the one who was seated inside the room in the lounge or dining room, that was Mr. Molefe.
And that is Mr. Katiso Molefe?
That is correct.
Now, can we just go to prior to you arriving at the scene? Where were you before you arrived at the scene?
We were around at district commissioners' area offices in Gauteng.
And at what time did you then go to the scene?
I can't exactly remember the time. That was just after 2. We get a call, but we arrived at the crime scene. That was about 15:25.
Okay, and at paragraph 9, you deal with what you observed when you arrived on the scene. Could you tell us about that?
Okay, what I observed when I got there to the crime scene, there was a person who was sitting next to the tennis court along the driveway, but next to the tennis court. There was a person who was seated there and who was handcuffed. And next to him, there was a firearm, two firearms. One was a rifle, and the other one was a pistol. And a few meters away from him, on the other side of the driveway, next to the gymnasium, there was another pistol that was also lying on the ground. And then, because witness A took us through the crime scene, we took us to a certain vehicle, that was a white BMW. That car was having a rifle bag with, I think that was 3 or 4 rifle magazines loaded with ammunition. And then he also took us inside the house, where he indicated us some possible question documents, on which among those documents there was...
Before you go inside the house,
Yes.
The person that you say was next to the tennis court, you say he was identified as Mr. Lehasa Muloi.
That is correct, Commissioner.
Yes. And you say that he appeared to be a bodyguard or driver of Mr. Molefe. What do you mean by that? Appeared to be.
That is correct, Commissioner.
So what do you mean by that? When you say he appeared to be, what does that mean?
Commissioner, I think I need to correct that, because when the arrest that was being made, I was not aware of what vehicle they were told about. They came with, or who was the driver of it. But the news that were circulating on the crime scene at that time, that was a possible driver or a bodyguard of Mr. Molefe.
So when you say the news circulating, so do you mean this is something you must have heard from others?
Yes,
From
yes,
other
yes.
police officers?
From other police officers, that's correct, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Yes.
And to your knowledge, was it ever confirmed whether Mr. Moloi was a bodyguard or driver of Mr. Molefe?
According to my recollection, I can't remember clearly that now. Yes.
Okay, thank you. I think you were dealing with paragraph 10, where witness A was taking you through the scene. Can you just tell us what you observed as you were being taken through the scene?
He also showed us before we entered the house, he showed us just a fleet of cars. Some were on the carport and some on the inside the garage, but the garage was opened. And then amongst those cars, there was that one white BMW that I mentioned earlier on, that on the back seat had a rifle bag with 3 or 4 rifle magazines loaded with ammunition. And then after that, he took us inside the house.
And what did you find inside the house?
Inside the house, there was sort of an office, a well-set-up office inside the house, where he indicated us some possible questioned documents, of which amongst those documents, there were other A4 paper pages, which there were 3, and they were full of specimen signatures on those 3 pages.
Captain, the white BMW that you say the witness A took you to it,
Yes.
were you told whose vehicle it is?
Yes.
And? Are you able to tell us whose vehicle
Yes,
it was?
yes, I'll be able to tell you.
Yes.
Yes, because in that time, later afterwards, I had an interaction with Mr. Lehasha Muloi, and then he indicated to me that is his big BMW.
And you took the details of the vehicle?
The
registration number of the vehicle?
Yeah, we've got registration number of that BMW. It can be furnished to the commissioner
Thank you.
If needs be, or on a later stage.
Thank you.
Did you run its details through the relevant system to establish if it was indeed Mr. Muloi's vehicle?
No, Commissioner. No, at that stage, no. I'm not sure whether witness A afterwards, he did that here. He did that.
Thank you. Can you then continue with what you observed? You mentioned the A4 pages with specimen signatures, and what else?
Yeah, that was the most of it, Commissioner. Yeah, we couldn't find anything further than that.
And what did you do about that, about what you had observed and found on the scene?
Some question documents were taken by witness A, but those A4 pages, that there were three, they were collected by my other LSRC member, including all the ballistic exhibits that were found on the crime scenes, of which there were two pistols and one rifle with magazines and the bullets.
In paragraph 10, you also mentioned that photographs were taken of certain items. Can you elaborate on that?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and the photographs that were taken with those have been of the exhibits that had been collected?
That's correct.
If we can then go to page 4 of your statement, at paragraph 11, you speak about an incident that caused your activities to be interrupted. Can you tell us what transpired?
While I was inside the house, busy assisting with my LSRC member in processing the crime scene, I was called by another member from the PKTT, who was a combat member, who was on the gate, to proceed to the gate. And on my arrival at the gate, I saw a group of people who were standing as the bystanders, as well as the members of the Hawks, of which I identify them by the golf t-shirts with the Hawks emblem, and with the 3 or 4 vehicles of the members of the Hawks as well, which were also got the Hawks emblem, and some vehicles were not marked, and some people were on civilian clothing, of which I couldn't know whether it would be the members of the Hawks or the members of the public. And
where were they?
They were just next to the main entrance, to the main gate.
Okay.
But on the outside.
Okay, not in the yard.
Not in the yard, yes.
And was the gate open?
No, the gate was closed.
And were you expecting the Hawks to be on the scene?
Not at all, Commissioner. I did not expect the presence of the Hawks on that operation.
Had your commander mentioned to you that when he briefed you on the operation that there may be other SAPS units that would be joining the operation?
No, he didn't make mention of that. He did not.
Okay. You then, at paragraph 11 of your statement, if I could ask you to just address the last 2 sentences of that paragraph where you speak about the importance of the operation and why the presence of the Hawks was concerning to you.
The presence of the hawks were concerning to me because they came in numbers. They came in numbers, Commissioner, and I didn't expect them in that big number. And when I interacted with them, they were a bit aggressive and demanding answers, imposing questions to me up until I managed to speak directly, to interact directly with Captain Kruger, who was amongst them. But that it did not sit well with me, Commissioner, because why such a big number and in that attitude as well? Yes.
It's the second time your concern sounds like it was about the number and not so much the presence. Do I understand you to mean that if it was one or two, you would not have been concerned or bothered?
Commissioner, if it was one, maybe also ask the question in a friendly manner. Maybe it would have been settled well with me to give that explanation. But the way it happened, even the situation was not friendly at me.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Ms. Ncube. I'm not sure that you've answered the question which was asked by Ms. Ncube maybe 2 or so minutes ago. She wanted you to explain the importance of why a takedown should not be interrupted by other people who are not part of the takedown. Do you want to answer the question directly?
Commissioner, that takedown was an official and legitimate takedown, seeing that there was a J50, of which he was signed by the magistrate. I think everything was official, so I wouldn't expect it to be disturbed or to be interfered with until the execution is completed. So to me, it was some like an interference because it was an important takedown operation based on the seriousness of the case that was alleged to be committed by the possible suspect that was supposed to be arrested.
May I refer you to the second last sentence of paragraph 11 and perhaps ask you to read that into the record. The sentence starting, "It is important to understand."
It is important to understand that these operations are highly sensitive and dangerous. It is important for the team to know upfront who will be involved in the operation to avoid compromising the operation.
What might happen as a result of the sensitivity and dangerous nature of the takedown if unexpected people arrive?
For the unexpected people, Commissioner, for example, as it happened, like in that incident, the highly security agents of the Hawks in that number, to me, it showed a disturbance.
Yes. Captain, where you say that it is important to understand these operations are highly sensitive and dangerous, what does it matter? You are involved in a highly sensitive, in what you describe as a highly sensitive and dangerous operation, and then members of the Hawks arrive that you didn't expect. What is your, what does it matter? What could happen? What is your concern about it?
Yeah, my concern is going to come back.
What could have happened? Let me ask
Yes.
it. Is it because you're concerned something might have happened because you are in a dangerous and sensitive operation and people that you didn't expect and that you don't know arrive? Are you concerned about, are you trying to convey what could have happened? And if so, can you tell us what you say could have happened with this kind of situation?
Anything could have happened. It would have gone out of proportion. That there's some unfriendly engagement, maybe that might result in having that confrontation, because this, on the other side, we've got police officers who are armed, and the other side, we've got the other state agents, highly state agent police officers who might be armed as well. So in between, there is no understanding. Anything could have gone out of proportion, and that's my explanation, Commissioner.
Now, when the members of the Hawks arrived and you say they were not friendly and maybe you also were not friendly, but you're conducting a legitimate operation, just looking at when they arrive, what is it in the scene that would have told them before you explain? Why should they have known that this was a legitimate operation? Were people in uniform? Your people, were they in uniform? What are the indicators to the Hawks that this is a legitimate operation?
Oh, Commissioner, the members of the combat, which included from TRT or NIU, at that stage they were wearing the bulletproofs, which were clearly marked SAPS. So that would be an indication to them that no, that, or else to trigger them, this might be possible police officers.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Nobe.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi.
Let me ask you, the Hawks are part of SAPS, correct?
That is correct.
And you would think that whether you call it a division or a unit within SAPS,
Yes.
they should be able to identify other SAPS units when they see them.
That's correct.
I, as a layperson, may not be able to do that because I could suspect that, it is fake, or you're using equipment that does not belong to you, or uniform that does not belong to you. But I would expect somebody within SAPS to know that the next person is a SAPS official.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you, Commissioner Kumalo. You mentioned that there were members of the Hawks and you were able to identify them from the T-shirts with the Hawks emblem. How many, if you were to estimate, how many were there?
To me, Commissioner, if I cannot be exactly, I can be able to say the exact number, but there were between 6 and 8 members, between 6 and 8.
And then you also mentioned that there were members that had civilian clothing on. How were you able to identify them as being Hawks members if they were in civilian clothing?
For those who were on civilian clothing, it was difficult for me to say were they members of the Hawks or not. That's why I regarded them as a civilian, because they were on civilian clothing.
But
Okay.
you say, Captain, in paragraph 12, in the light of your answer, look at your paragraph 12, what you say about 3 people in civilian clothing. You say they were with individuals in Hawks t-shirts. You see where I'm reading?
Yes,
You say there were approximately 3 people who were in civilian clothing but were with Hawks were with the individuals in the Hawks t-shirts.
that's correct.
Yes. What are you saying about those 3 people? That you consider them to be members of the Hawks, or anyway, civilians who happen to be around Hawks?
Well, I'm not too sure. Even on that time, I was not too sure.
Thank you.
Because they didn't identify themselves to me.
But you also say that you observed 2 or 3 vehicles with the Hawks emblem.
That is correct, Commissioner.
So not even that gave you to understand that some of the people would be Hawks members.
No, that gave me an indication, Commissioner, that these are Hawks members.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
And these people that you identify as Hawks, the ones in t-shirts and anyone else, were they armed?
No, I couldn't see any of them carrying an arm.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. You then say in paragraph 13 of your statement that you were approached by a white male at the gate who identified himself as Captain Kruger. Can you tell us about that interaction?
Oh, Commissioner, while I was there on the gate, amongst that group of members who were wearing golf t-shirts, and there was another white male who identified himself as Captain Kruger, but he was in a civilian clothing. And I also identified myself to him. But he was having, if not a diary, it was a notebook. And then he asked for my particulars, and I gave him my particulars, and he recorded on that time.
Did you tell him that you were from the PKTT?
That is correct.
Okay. And
Although you referred to it as the National Task Team, I think you say, or not? Or am I mistaken? Maybe I'm mistaken. You
no,
with
you're,
another
you're
witness.
correct, Chair. Yes, you're correct.
Oh, all right. Yeah.
You
Yes,
refer
yes.
to it as the National Task Team.
Yes, that's correct.
And you were still dealing with the engagement with Captain Kruger. Can I ask you to look at paragraph 14 of your statement on page 4? Do you have it?
That is correct.
Okay. You speak about that you introduced yourself to Captain Kruger, and you speak about something that happened while you were talking to him on page 5. Can you tell us about what happened while you were engaging with Captain Kruger?
While I was still talking to Captain Kruger, there's some individual of the Hawks, they came chipping in, asking questions. But I heard a noise that sounded to be the helicopter when I got distracted as well. And then when I looked, it was a helicopter of which I cannot confirm whether it was a SAPS helicopter or not. But it flew about in few circles, and also it flew away.
And this happened while you were still speaking to Captain Kruger.
That is correct.
Were you able to establish what the helicopter was doing in the vicinity?
At that time, I could not establish, I was not sure whether the helicopter was part of the Hawks or it was from the flying police flying division also. So it was uncertain to me which one is which.
Okay, and then you, still in the same paragraph 14 on page 5, you say that you were joined by other members from your team while you were engaging with Captain Kruger. Can you just tell us about that?
Oh, Commissioner, while I was still there with Captain Kruger also asking questions about the operation and any papers that allows us to execute that operation. I was also joined by Witness A, as well with other members who were involved in that operation as well. But the Witness A just gave an explanation. He took it further, giving explanation about the J50, which is warrant of arrest, of which the members of the Hawks, they wanted the copy, but Witness A took them further as well, that what is going to happen, but he showed them a copy of that J50.
And you also say in your statement that they asked for additional information regarding the operation. What was Witness A's response to that?
Oh, Commissioner, Witness A, his response was due to the nature and the sensitivity of the case, he cannot divulge any information to them because the matter is still under investigation.
Advocate Ngube, just a moment. Captain, you say you introduced yourself to Captain Kruger. I have difficulty with that because police officers don't just introduce themselves, they present credentials. Did you just say, oh, I'm Captain Wanda, I'm with PKTT? I'm assuming that there's some form of identification that you would have produced to show that you belong to a particular division or unit.
No, Commissioner, when Captain Kruger asked who I am, he first introduced himself as Captain Kruger from the Hawks, but he didn't show me his identity, which is a police card. Yes. And I also introduced myself as well, because he asked me, who are you? I'm Captain Wanda from the National Task Team, PKTT, which is based in Durban. And but I also didn't show him my police card identity because he didn't ask about it. And then he was satisfied about that. And he further asked who is our project coordinator. I tell him that we are project coordinator is Lieutenant General Khumalo, of which that sat well to him as well with other members because they started to calm down as soon as I mentioned the name of Lieutenant General Khumalo. Then they started to connect the dots now that no, this might be real, this must be genuine. It can't be the bogus police officers who can maybe know about the high-ranking officer.
Thank you, Commissioner Khumalo. Captain Wanda, did the members of the Hawks tell you why they were there on the scene?
Yes, they did, Commissioner.
What did they tell you?
What they said they received or they were given an information that there are persons in that particular address who are impersonating to be police officers or to be bogus of police officers. So that is how they got activated.
And they were activated to do what?
To me, it can be two. It's either to come and confirm whether those are real policemen or to stop the operation.
Did they tell you why they were activated to come to the scene?
The commissioner is, the reason they said they came to the operations because they were misinformed that there's an illegal operation with the possible bogus police officers that is taking place in that particular address.
And so were they there to verify if the operation was legitimate?
After the explanation from myself and witness A, and then they believed that the operation was legitimate.
Well, my question is a different one. When you were engaging with the members of the Hawks, did they tell you that they were there to verify that the operation was legitimate?
That was after, towards the end of the engagement, because when the engagement started, they were demanding answers.
And you suggest that there was an easier way for them to establish what they wanted to establish. And what do you say that was? That is towards the end of paragraph 15 of your statement.
Commissioner, in such an incident, if you've got a suspicion of illegal activity that happens within or at a specific address, a local police station policing that area is activated to go and verify and confirm whether what is happening, is it real or is it not real? But I would expect the members of the police in uniform, marked vehicles, to come and speak to us about the whole operation.
I'm not sure I follow that.
Yes.
Is there anything wrong with, say, other subs members, the Hawks, going to verify even if they are outside of the local police station? Is there anything legally wrong with that?
Well, Commissioner, they are the members of the South African Police Services at the end of the day. I'm not too sure how the message came to them, but they had to go there and verify and check. But on my surprise is the manner on which they came and their behavior.
Let me ask the question again.
Yes.
Would it be unlawful for other subs members who do not belong to the local police station to go to the address to do the verification?
No, it won't be unlawful, Commissioner.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Captain, you say after you said this is an operation that falls under Lieutenant General Khumalo, and he seemed to accept that and that it is a legitimate operation. Before that point, had Captain Kruger requested proof of identification that the people there are SAPS members?
No, Commissioner, he didn't ask the proof of identity.
Thank you. And second question, before the Hawks arrived on the scene, and it's just your team, and when I say your team, I mean everyone, including the investigating officer team, were there SAPS marked vehicles with the lot that was there before the Hawks arrived?
No, Commissioner, there
were no marked vehicles?
There was no marked vehicles, yes. Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. If we can go to, still on page 5 at paragraph 16, you have in fact dealt with this where you deal with the information that was requested by the Hawks members from witness A, and you say that he refused to disclose that information. Is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Then can we go to page 6 at paragraph 17? You deal with an incident while you were talking to Captain Kruger of somebody approaching you. Can you tell us what happened?
Okay, Commissioner, while I was still talking to Captain Kruger, interacting, a certain African male who was wearing a civilian clothing approached me and gave me a cell phone, of which it was on. But on the other side of that cell phone, there was a certain person who who identified to me as a brigadier. And he mentioned his name and surname, but I couldn't capture on that particular time. The only thing I concentrated, that was a brigadier, and it's a high-ranking officer, of which I had to show respect and listen to him, what he was saying. And the brigadier, he says no, he would like to apologize on behalf of the members of the Hawks, because they were given a wrong information. But he is in the office of the Lieutenant General Libya, but they are at Limpopo attending the Police Excellence Awards in that particular time. And then he further switched on the cell phone on video, of which he panned it sideways, and I could see the police officers in blue and the setup of the background of that area, that no, the brigadier is really in that specific functions for the awards. And then after I ended the call, I gave it back to that specific individual of whom we look as a civilian to me. And then the call ended there. And then, but Captain Kruger was just there next to me. He could listen because I didn't move. I just stood next to him while I was on the phone.
Thank you, Captain. If I can just take you back to the identity of the unknown African male. You say you don't recall if he identified himself to you or if you just don't remember his name. During the preparation of your evidence, I indicated to you that there's another witness that will be giving evidence, Captain Kruger, who had taken certain photographs on the scene on the day of various people that were on the scene. I had shown you some of the photographs, and you indicated to me that one of the individuals on that photograph is the person that you believe was the person that gave you the cell phone on that day. I'm going to ask you now if you can go to section 3, which is the statement of Captain Kruger, and if you can go to annexure B5 on page, BK5 on page 21.
You must please remark these, Ms. Ngube, because I see in the statement they are referred to as BK.
Yes, Chair.
But the actual marking on the annexures themselves is B and then the number without the K.
Chair, if I can just say that the actual markings on the annexure is actually BK, which is my work product.
So it's your flag. It's your flag that says B without the K. It's all your flags.
I will say
B
it's,
without the K.
I will
So that's what I looked at. And I didn't even look at what appears at the top of each one of the annexures.
Yes,
I just
Chair.
looked at the B and the numeral.
Yes, Chair, if I can just clarify, what I meant is that the BK on the actual annexure is my work product.
Yes.
The B on the tags, I can't take ownership of that, Chair.
Okay, all right. Thank
So
you.
if I can then ask you to go to BK5, which is marked as B5 on the tag. Are you there on page 21?
That is correct,
Do
Commissioner.
you see the photograph there?
Yes, I do.
If I could just ask for it to be projected, please. Do you see the photograph has two gentlemen?
Yes, correct. I can see it clearly, Commissioner.
Can I ask you to look instead on your hard copy instead of on the screen?
Okay. Thank you.
And can you identify for the commissioners the person that you think is the unknown male that gave you the cell phone for you to speak to the brigadier?
Okay, Commissioner, on that Annexure BK5 photograph, is a person who is on the left wearing the T-shirt, who's folded his arms on the back.
So it's the shorter gentleman on the left with the dark T-shirt with his hands behind his back.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Okay. And you don't know the name of that person?
No, I don't know.
Okay. That evidence will be led by Captain Kruger, Chair.
And Captain, you say this is the man that brought the cell phone to you.
According to my recollection, Commissioner.
And on that cell phone, you say you spoke to the brigadier. Now you know it's Brigadier Mokoena
That is correct,
on this
Commissioner.
gentleman's phone.
That is correct, Commissioner.
Do you have any knowledge whether this person that you've just pointed out here, whether that person is a member of the Hawks?
No, I do not have any knowledge. I do not bear any knowledge, Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. And then if I can just deal with another aspect of the evidence that you just gave. As Commissioner Baloyi indicated, you now know that it was Brigadier Mokoena that was on the phone with you, but you didn't know that at the time. You couldn't recall his surname at the time.
That's correct.
Okay. And can you just for the record tell the commissioners how you now know that it is Brigadier Mokoena?
Okay, I was informed by the evidence leader, Commissioner, that the person of whom I speak with him on that particular day on the phone is Brigadier Lisaba Joseph Mokoena.
Thank you. And if I can just explain to the commissioners that Brigadier Mokoena will be the second witness to give evidence who confirms that he spoke to Captain Wanda on the phone on that day and refers to the video call showing that he was at an awards ceremony. So it is the same person. And if there's a third aspect that I want to clarify, it is insignificant, but just for consistency. When Brigadier Mokoena gives his evidence, his evidence will be that he told you that the Excellence Awards was being held in Pretoria and not in Limpopo. You say that it's in Limpopo. Do you want to just tell us why you are adamant that it was there? Because when I addressed it with you, you said that you were adamant that he said it was Limpopo.
Okay, Commissioner, that's what he told me on the phone. It sat well in my mind.
Okay, thank you.
That's what he told me.
Isn't there a possibility that you might be mistaken? Because I just do not see why he would not give you the correct location. That was something that could be established quite easily, and I do not see why he would have been cagey about something like that.
Yes.
Can't you possibly be making a mistake?
If he comes with a different version, Commissioner, that one I cannot dispute it, because a cell phone, a person can say, I'm here in this premises, but he's on the other side. But that can be established. There are many ways and means that can be established. That phone where at that particular time where he made it, what was his location specifically?
Thank you, Chair.
So one last question from me, Captain. Did Captain Kruger and or Brigadier Mokoena tell you who informed them about your operation, that you were at the scene?
No, they didn't.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. You say on page 7 of your statement, it's still paragraph 19, when you deal with Brigadier Mokoena showing you the video of the other police officers at the Excellence Awards. Do you know why he did that? Why he was showing you the video? Did he tell you?
When he said that, he said, Captain, we are not around in Gauteng. Let me show you the video because we are attending the SAPS Police Excellence Awards in Limpopo. That is where he switched it on the video call and then pan it around just to show me the background and the activity of that particular day.
Thank you, Captain. Now, at paragraph 20 of your statement, you say that after your call, the members of the Hawks left. When you were speaking to Brigadier Mokoena, did he indicate to you that he would instruct his guys to leave, or were they already in the process of leaving while you were on the phone with him?
After that, Commissioner, they just left. I'm not too sure whether there was an indication from their side that they must leave or not, but they just quietly left.
Okay, and was that everyone that was from the Hawks, so the entire contingent, left?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Then at paragraph 21 on page 7, are you there?
That's correct.
You speak about what happened after your call with Brigadier Mokoena and the members of the Hawks left. Can you tell us what happened when you went back into the scene?
After that interaction, Commissioner, with the members of the Hawks, and then I walked back towards the house. Before I enter the back entrance, Mr. Lehasha Moloi was just seated there, but guarded by combat members. And he asked me an excuse, of which I attended to him. That's where he started to interacting with me. He has the service of the water and the service of the cigarette. I then called the eldest son of Mr. Katiso Molefe to come and assist, of which he organized water and the cigarette, and it was served by Mr. It was served by the eldest son of Mr. Molefe. And then when he was done, before I left him, he asked me a question that, Captain, what is going to happen now? Because the arrested person is the friend of the honorable or of the Minister of Police. And then I asked him, he said, because he's a friend of the minister. I said, who is that minister? He said, the Minister of Police. I said, Honorable Senzo Mchunu, and then he said, yes. And I then explained to him just a standard procedure if a person is arrested, that no, we are still in a crime scene, crime scene is in a process. After we have done here, The suspect will be taken to a police station where will be processed and formally charged. But the family members will be informed about where the suspect will be taken to, of which will be done by the investigating officer in that particular case which has witness A. And then I said, after that, other than that, witness A will deal with other matters.
Did you not inquire from him what was the significance of him telling you that the arrested person is a friend to the Minister of Police?
No, I didn't inquire to him, Commissioner.
Why not?
I took it on a lighter note, Commissioner, because I didn't know Mr. Molefe. What he was saying, for me, it was just to listen, because friends are friends. That's what came to me. If they are friends, and then I'm not interested in that, I could not dig any further, colleagues.
Just so we are clear and there's no confusion.
Yes.
This conversation is happening between you and Mr. Lehasa Moloi, not with Mr. Molefe.
No, Mr. Mahasa Moloi, yes. Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Kumalo. If we can then go to page 8 of your statement at paragraph 23, I think you then said you explained the process to Mr. Moloi regarding what would happen after the operation. And then at paragraph, you say you went back into the house at paragraph 24. After you processed the scene, where did you go to?
After the scene was successfully processed, and I left with the other members of who were part of that planned operation. I think two addresses, one in Soweto and one in Sentin. But they were going to look for the other suspect who was also allegedly to be involved in the planned down operation.
And who was that person? Who was the other suspect?
I was later told that was Lucky Molefe, yes, but I didn't know by then. When we got there, I could not get involved. I just stayed in the car because there were no activity that required my expertise on that time.
And why do you say that your expertise was not needed at that time? Were they able to find Mr. Molefe, Mr. Lucky Molefe?
No, he was still at large. At that stage, he was not found.
Then if we can go to the next topic in your statement, which is actually the last topic, it's possible interference. Sorry.
Before you do that, Ms. Nobe, just to take you back to the discussion with the conversation with General Mukwe, with Brigadier Mukwena, and you say he then, I think at page 7, paragraph 20, this is where, paragraph 19 rather, where he pens his cell phone to show you the room in which he is, and then you say, I do not recall why he specifically informed me that he was with General Libya. You see where I am?
Commissioner's page?
Right at the top of page 7. You say, at the top of page 7 in your statement, you say, I do not recall why he specifically informed me that he was with General Libya. You see where I'm reading?
That's correct, Commissioner. I see.
Now, before he said this to you, before Mr. Mukwena, Brigadier Mukwena told you this, had had Captain Kruger mentioned to you that someone had said that General Libya is at the house with you in the operation?
No.
Was this the first time
That was
you
the
had
first time.
anything about the mentioning of General Libya?
No, not at all.
No. So let me repeat my question. When the brigadier
Yes.
tells you that he was with General Libya, this was the first time you had a mention of General Libya.
That is correct, Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Mba.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. Can we then go back to your statement at page 8, paragraph 25, where you start off with your topic on possible interference? Before you deal with the content of those paragraphs, can you tell the commissioners why you refer to it as possible interference and not interference? Why is it possible interference?
Commissioner, I've been to planned operations while I was still before I was deployed at National Task Team in my district, King Zetshwayo district in KwaZulu-Natal, as well as the other operations that I was also part of it that took place in East London, in Eastern Cape, where I went to 4 addresses in East London, as well as in 2 addresses in Alice. But I didn't experience any interference from any other police agency.
Yes, my question is, why do you refer to it as being possible interference? That suggests that you are not sure whether it was actually interference, as opposed to saying that you are convinced that it was interference. Why is there a doubt about it?
Firstly, Commissioner, as I alluded earlier on, that the local police stations would have been activated to come and verify. Yes, whether is it illegal operations or not illegal operations. And why such a big team from the Hawks? As the Commissioner have said, that maybe one member with a good attitude as well. So the attitude and their presence was concerning to me, Commissioner. I've never experienced the interference in my career as well, colleagues. And I then give them the benefit of doubt. That did not sit well with me during their presence.
Just a quick question. Do you know whether they came from Johannesburg or Pretoria, the Hawks that were present on the scene? Did you know where they came from?
No, Commissioner, I'll be lying. I don't know.
And when you refer to their attitude, are you referring to your statement that they were unfriendly?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Would you accept that you too were unfriendly? I'm asking this because, is it Captain Kruger? What's his rank?
It's Captain Kruger, Chair.
Yes. I'm asking because Captain Kruger actually admits that they, the Hawks people, were unfriendly, but that you too were unfriendly. Would you admit that you too were unfriendly?
Commissioner, I don't know prior that because when I was called, they were already stopped by the members of the combat by the gate. So I don't know how that interaction go. How did it go? Because the other member of the combat, the way he came to me, he was very, very in a hurry that I must quickly rush to the gate because I happened to be a senior person in that operation to address the situation. So before that, I don't know. But when I got there, yes, they were unfriendly to me because they were asking the questions, demanding the questions, not even allowing me to give the chance until Captain Kruger, I must be genuine, Commissioner, he was calm and friendly. Because he was recording, he wanted the facts and all those things in a nice and a formal way, you see. But I was responding to him as well in a very respectful way. But I cannot speak on behalf of other members.
So if he was calm and friendly, who were unfriendly?
I wouldn't know, Commissioner.
On his side, on his side.
On his side, it was some of the members of the Hawks.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
Yes, Mr.
Thank you, Chair. So you and Captain Kruger weren't unfriendly, but everyone else seemed to be unfriendly towards each other. Is that what you're saying?
That is correct.
Thank you, Captain Wanda. Chair, that is the evidence of this witness, unless there's anything further from the commissioners.
Yes, may I? Captain, the heading of this section is possible interference, and Ms. Sigal-Ngube asked you why do you seem to be unsure. Looking at your paragraph 26, you speak more firmly that what happened with the Hawks constituted an interference. Do you want to explain that? Just explain what you've said in this paragraph, or even read it into the record.
Okay, let me read it to the record, Commissioner, then I'll also elaborate on that.
Yes.
As a police officer, I gave other police officers a doubt of, other officers a benefit of a doubt because...
Sorry, Captain, you're reading the incorrect paragraph, 26 on page 9.
26.
Yes.
On page 9.
My apology, Commissioner. In my view, the conduct of the Hawks constituted interference or disturbance with the legitimate takedown operation in circumstances where there was no basis for their presence at the scene. It was also very concerning to me that the questions they were asking and their attitude towards us seemed to be consistent with that of the team looking to interfere in our operations as opposed to verifying if we were SAPS members.
You said you will explain more
Yes.
this paragraph. Do you want to add anything onto what you've said here?
But the whole paragraph is just summarizes itself, Commissioner. I'll be repeating the same thing.
So am I correct, and that's what the words say in the paragraph, that you considered that just the mere presence of the Hawks where you're conducting a legitimate operation, that just their mere presence was to interfere with the operation? Am I correct to understand it that way?
Yeah, that is correct, Commissioner, because we had to stop processing and attend to them. By that itself, that was a disturbance or interference.
And you said Captain Kruger was in civilian clothes.
That is correct, Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Girls.
Paragraph 16 of your statement, Captain, you did not deal with it, and it concerns me. You say in paragraph 16, witness A informed them being the members of the Hawks, that the operation was legitimate. When the members of the Hawks asked for details about the operation, including who we were arresting and the case number, witness A refused to disclose this information and indicated that it was not necessary for them to know these details. Did it not concern you that after you had identified yourselves as members of the SAPS, they still wanted to know the details of the operation, who was being arrested, the case number, disclosure of all that information?
It raised a concern, Commissioner.
And what is that concern?
It raised a concern because that was a sensitive issue that we were dealing with. So most of the information could not be divulged to any other person, even though it could be police officers. Yes.
And why is that? Why can you not disclose it to other
The matter
police
was still under investigation, Commissioner. Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Captain.
Chair, may we take the tea adjournment 3 minutes earlier so that I can get the next witness ready, which
And,
will be Brigadier Mokoena. He is here already.
Will you be ready at quarter past 11?
We will, Chair. He's already here.
Let's adjourn and resume at 11:15.
Thank you.
Good morning again. We're ready to start. Please make sure that your phones are off. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Ncube.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the next witness is Brigadier Mokoena, and his statement appears in section 2 of the bundle. And Brigadier Mokoena has also decided to be sworn in.
Good morning, Brigadier.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Do you swear that the evidence you are going to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, Chair. Brigadier, can you just give us your full name for the record?
Lesiba Joseph Mokoena.
Can I ask you to go to, if you look at the file in front of you, there should be a file divider that with the number 2. It's got section 2. Your statement should appear there, and if you can confirm on page 4 of that section that that is your signature on page 4.
I confirm, Commissioner, it's my signature.
And do you confirm that the statement that appears at page 1 to 4 of section 2 is the statement prepared for purposes of giving evidence at this commission?
I confirm, Commissioner.
And do you confirm that the contents of the statement are true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
I confirm, Commissioner.
Okay. Thank you, Brigadier. Brigadier, if we can start at page 1 of your statement, paragraph 1. It's an introduction. If I could ask you to just give us a brief background of your service within the SAPS, when it started and when you became a brigadier as well.
Thank you, Commissioners. I started my career in the South African Police Service in 1991. I started at the former unit that we had before, that was called Stability Unit, Stability Riot Unit 19, which was situated in Roslyn. And then I left the unit in 97 to pursue my career at the task team in Joburg at the province office until in 2001. In 2001, I joined a unit called Serious Violent Crime Unit in Pretoria that was situated in Fisagi Street. And then in 2007, the unit was closed down. Then I joined a new unit that was formed in that day in 2007 called High Tech Project Center. And then I worked at High Tech Project Center until 2010, when that unit, High Tech Project Center, was incorporated into Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation in 2010 in April. And then I started working at Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation, April 2010, and then under the operational office. Till to date, I'm still in the operational office.
And what is your current position within the Hawks?
Currently, I'm the section head at the level of the brigadier in the operational office of the DPCI called Tactical Operation Management Section.
Can you
I've
just...
been promoted to the position of a brigadier on the 5th December 2024.
And can you just briefly tell us what being the section head within the Tactical Operations Management Section entails?
As a section head of TOMS, Tactical Operation Management Section, I am running an operational office that is giving a backup on all the units within the directorate, assisting them on the takedown operations, assisting the directorate's investigators to track and trace most wanted suspects and most wanted fugitives, high-profile suspect. Within my mandate, I'm also having a mandate of escorting high-profile suspects to and from court, and the protection of the directorate investigators when they are attending court. And lastly, escorting of consignments within the directorate to and from the offices to either ballistics or forensics, and then escort them back to their offices.
Thank you, Brigadier. For reasons that will become relevant later, could you just tell us what is your nickname within the force?
Thank you, Commissioners. My nickname is Tlenki within the SAPS system. That's the name that I earned in 1991 when I arrived at the riot unit. I was still a young 21-year-old boy with a tiny body. Then when I arrived there was the late General Maleka. By then he was a Captain Maleka. And then when he saw me in that camouflage uniform, asked me my name, and from there said to me, "From now on you are Tlenki." And then that's the reason that the name that I grew up with within the cycle of SAPS organization till today, and then I'm looking forward to retire with that name.
Thank you for mentioning the nickname, because I think I saw it somewhere, maybe in the annexures. I did see reference to Klenki, so now we know who that is.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair. Brigadier, if we can then go to paragraph 2 of your statement, which you kick off with the events of the 6th of December 2024. Now, you mentioned that you were promoted to the rank of brigadier the day before.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Okay. Can you tell us what transpired on the 6th of December 2024?
Thanks a lot, Commissioners. I confirm that I was promoted the day before. And then to my surprise, I didn't know that the incident the next day, starting to work as a brigadier, then I will have a date to recall to come to the Commissioner. Thank you, Commissioner. On the day in question, Commissioner, the DPCI was held in the National Excellency Awards that were held at Boer de Berg, it's around Pretoria East. And then while I was there, before the events get hot, I received a call from my divisional commissioner, which is Lieutenant General Dumisani Patrick Mboto. I'm reporting direct to the divisional commissioner. And then he said to me he was approached by our former national head, Lieutenant General Libya, to inquire if our operational team has been deployed around Gauteng. And then I said to the divisional commissioner, no, Lieutenant General Dumisani Mboto, my team has not been deployed around that site. And he said to me, the national head, Lieutenant General Libya, just received a call to say there are allegations that there's members alleging to be from the Hawks at a certain shared address in Sandhurst in Joburg. And then they are also alleging that they are with Lieutenant General Libya on the said premises, and then they wanted to enter the premises and search the premises. Then Lieutenant General Mboto instructed me to go and verify who are those members at that address. I was given that address, though I didn't know who was the owner of the said house. And then I contacted two of my operational members, of which is Captain Kruger and Constable Digovea.
Sorry, Brigadier, can I just interject there? When you received the call from General Mboto, in your statement you say that he said he was with General Labia at the time when General Labia received the call. Is that correct?
That's correct, Worship. I was also within the vicinity of the Excellency Awards.
Because you were all at the same event.
That's correct, Commissioner.
And then you refer to the address.
You say, sorry, just for clarity, you say vicinity. Do you mean you are not at the exact same place where Generals Mboto and Libya were? You were somewhere close to where they were.
To clarify, Commissioner, I was also the attendee on the National Awards, but I was not sitting exactly next to them.
You were at the same venue?
Correct, Commissioner.
Oh, but not next to them?
Correct, Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair. And then you mentioned the address that you were asked to go and verify if the operations were being undertaken there. Can you confirm what you know today, who that address belongs to?
Thank you, Commissioner. I am aware today that address or that house belonged to Mr. Katiso Molefe.
And at what point did General Mboto give you the exact address? Was it during the call or did he send you a message with the address?
Commissioner, as I recall, he sent me the message, WhatsApp message for that address.
Okay. You then say that you contacted Captain Kruger and Constable de Gavea.
That's correct.
And who are they?
Captain Kruger and Constable de Gavea are one of my operational team members. And then just to add on that, for me to send the two, I in fact contacted Captain Kruger. His crew at the office is Constable de Gavea.
Okay. And what did you instruct them to do?
Thank you, Commissioner. I indicated to them to say, I just received an information from our DIFCOM, General Mpoto, to say on the said address that I forwarded them via WhatsApp, there's an information that there are police officers there that are claiming, that are alleging are from the Hawks, and then they are with our national head there, want an entry and then to search the premises. And then the two members, they did also, or they were aware that we are at the National Awards ceremony. So go and verify on that address who are those members that are there. Why? Because we are sitting with the national head here. And indeed, they proceeded to the address, Commissioner.
Now, can I just ask you about the call that you had with Captain Kruger? Captain Kruger has also submitted a statement to the Commission, and according to him, he had given you a certain indication that he was not in a position to attend to the scene that you had asked him to go to. Do you recall what his response to you was when you instructed him to go to the house in Sandhurst?
Commissioner, I missed the first or the second or the third word from your side when you started your question.
Can you tell us what Captain Kruger's response was to you when you instructed him to go to the house?
Correct, Commissioner. When I tasked him, With my idea was to say I was testing him knowing that he's a member within around Eastern Joburg side, but then they were from another operation, which was, if I recall well, was in Rustenburg, and then they will try their best to rush to the set address.
I didn't hear the last thing you said, and they were what?
They promised me, Commissioner, to rush to the set address where I instructed them to visit.
All right.
Okay, Brigadier, according to Captain Kruger, he indicated to you that he would not be in a position to go to the address because they were already in Pretoria North. It was Friday afternoon and the traffic was hectic, being a Friday afternoon. And he also indicated that they don't have a vehicle with a blue light or a siren in order to navigate the traffic, and that the tires of the vehicle was not in a good condition for them to make the journey to that address. Do you recall that interaction with Captain Kruger at all?
Thank you, Commissioner. What I recall, it was a peak hour time that day. And then what I can recall was that he did indicate the issue of the car that they are driving, that is an old car that doesn't have blue lights or siren with it. And then my response to him was to push as much as you can to the address. And then he never indicated, I don't recall indicating to me that he is in Pretoria North.
Okay, and according to Captain Kruger, you said to him that he must turn around and go there immediately. Do you recall saying that to him?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Well, Captain Kruger also says he told you that they were on their way to another operation outside of Gauteng.
Commissioner, they were coming from another operation. I can
No,
confirm.
his statement is he told you they are on their way to an operation outside of Gauteng and they are waiting for a colleague to come and pick them up. And you said he must still come to Sandhurst anyway.
I don't recall that, Commissioner.
So he's not telling the truth.
The
when he
only
says
thing that I can confirm, I was aware that in that morning they did have an operation, Commissioner.
So in his statement where he says he told you that they were on their way to an operation outside Gauteng, your firm position is that did not happen. He didn't tell you that.
Not to my knowledge, Commissioner.
Not to your knowledge or not to your recollection.
Not to my recollection, point of correction, Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair.
But if it's not to your recollection, it means you can't dispute it. If he firmly says he told you that because you just don't recall it. But if he firmly says, as he has done in the statement, if he firmly says that he told you that, you are not in a position to say it did not happen because you don't remember.
That's correct, Worship. The only thing that I'm confirming was I was aware there was an operation on that day from my team.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Brigadier, I'm trying to understand what your instruction to Captain Kruger was, because as I understand the instruction to you from General Mboto, and that's paragraph 3 of your statement on page 2. The instruction is that you must verify if there are legitimate Hawks members at that address. Was that the instruction to you?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Yes. But then your instruction to Captain Kruger is different from that, because you then instruct Captain Kruger, that's paragraph 4, to go to the address and verify if it was indeed a legitimate operation.
That's correct,
So
Commissioner.
it's no longer about are there Hawks people at the premises. What you are instructing Kruger to do is to go check if there is a legitimate operation there.
That's correct, Commissioner. To me, when the DIFCOM General Mpodo gave me instruction, he clarified everything to say members there, alleging from the Hawks, and then alleging to be with our national head, General Levia. But when I instructed the member, I said them to go to the address to go and verify who are those members that are there and to confirm if it's a legit police operation.
And seeing that you were in Pretoria and Captain Kruger was not in Sandton or Sandhurst, why could you not? Because if somebody is impersonating the Hawks are part of the SAPS. Why couldn't you call the police station in Sandton to say, can you please go to the address and find out what is happening? Why did it have to be the Hawks that go there?
Thank you, Commissioner. The reason for sending Captain Kruger and Constable Digovea, they are my team members of the operational office within the DPCI. When instructions came, our divisional commissioner knows that I'm running an operational team that is running around all the 9 provinces. And then he did know that on that point in time when he instructed me, I having members on the ground.
Sorry, I didn't get that.
I'm saying the last word, what I said is that when he instructed me, he was aware that I had the members on the ground operationally.
On the ground where?
Around Gauteng province.
Yes, but Gauteng province is a big province. My question is, if you wanted to know if there's a police operation in Sandhurst, why did you not call the police station in Sandton to verify that? Why did you have to call the Hawks who are all over Gauteng to go to the address?
Thank you, Commissioner. When he called me, I think according to me, he did know that I've got a team that is movable at any time. And then allegation of the Hawks members with the national head. When it came to me, then I have to dispatch my members to go and verify. Because even if they arrive at the scene, it will be easy for them to can identify the Hawks members if they arrive at the scene.
I think the substance or essence of the question is this. You are told by Captain Kruger that I am in Pretoria. I am driving a motor vehicle that does not have a siren, does not have, did it have blue lamps? Does not have blue lights. And the tires are almost gone, and it is the rush hour or peak hour. So, and you have confirmed all those. Now, that must have told you that it would take Captain Kruger and Constable de Gouveia a long time to get to the Sandhurst address. So the substance of the question is this: under those circumstances, why is it that you did not get hold of, say, for example, the police station in Sandton? Could have been any other close police station. Why did you not get hold of that police station for members from that police station to go to the address at Sandhurst? Can you please respond in a clear manner now?
Thank you, my Commissioner. When that question came to me, Commissioner, I did confirm that Captain Kruger did indicate the condition of the car, but according to me, I don't recall him stating to me that it's in Pretoria North. That's point number one. And then point number two, the reason for contacting him is that I am aware that they are residing around East Rand and Joburg side. And then for me not engaging the SAPS, following the instruction that is coming from the DEFCON, he said to me, go and verify. And for me to explore the instruction from the DEFCON, I relied on the capacity, human capacity that I'm having within my office on the operational team.
Did you try to establish from Captain Kruger what the relevance of the issue around the condition of his car was? Why would he have mentioned that? Was it not because he was saying, I will take too long to get there? Did you not try to establish why he was telling you about his car?
Thank you, Commissioner. I did not. That's what I'm saying in my mind. When I dispatched him, I know that he was from that area, around Eastern Joburg. And then although with that car in that condition.
Did you assume or did you know for a fact where he was?
I assumed, Commissioner, that he's that side, since well he's residing that side.
Why would that be so? Could he not have been anywhere? Could he not have been anywhere? Why did you make that assumption?
Thank you, Commissioner. I make the assumption as I presented before the Commission to say the team had an operation in that morning. And then on that time in the afternoon, I had that assumption that everything has been done on the earlier operation and those guys there have to be around that area of Joburg and Eastern.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Brigadier, if I can just take you back to paragraph 3 of your statement where you mention that it was not unusual for individuals to pretend that they were members of the Hawks. Can you just elaborate on that and whether that played a role in your decision to deploy a team?
Thank you, Commissioner. Within my daily duties, I did previously encounter situations where members used to impersonate the Hawks members. We have several cases where at some we were successfully managed to arrest some of those members, particularly on the cases that I recall. If I'm correct, I'm speaking to the point of correction, but 3 that was arrested were used to call themselves Captain Tlenki from the DPCI, and then 4 of those members used to present themselves as Colonel Tlenki from the DPCI. So the issue of the bogus corps or impersonating public members to be members of the Hawks, I did have already that experience and few cases to prove that we have such individuals running around impersonating the Hawks members.
In those cases where you say you have arrested people for impersonating the Hawks, where would you have found these suspects or these people that you arrest? Where do you find them? Did you find them at the scene where they were impersonating the Hawks, the people that you speak of?
Thank you, Commissioner. In 2 of the cases where I managed to come into contact with the suspect, that was the incident where the 2 called a victim to a certain point, alleging to be the members of the Hawks, and then the victim managed to arrive at the meeting point, and then we arrested those guys there. And then one of them was having a fake appointment certificate. Why? Because it was black in color, having his face, and then all over it was Hawks emblem. And then on the second instance, we arrested 2 officers from crime intelligence that were running with criminals. We arrested them in Mamelodi, Nel Mafias area. After coming to the meeting point with the victim, only to pick us up, and then a chase ensued until we managed to arrest them at Nel Mafias in Mamelodi. The male officer was wearing a white Hawks t-shirt, and then the lady was just in a normal civilian dress, and then all of them alleged to be from the Hawks.
And have any of them, those cases that you're talking about, been reported to you as legitimate or as bogus, rather, let me ask, as bogus hoax operations where you've arrested these people?
Yes, Commissioner, all of them, they were in the middle of an operation or in the middle of meeting a victim.
Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Thank you, Brigadier. Can I just ask you, regarding your call with General Mboto, did he tell you who had called General Libya with the information that there were bogus hawks impersonators on the scene? Did he tell you who had called General Libya?
Commissioner, no, he never indicated to me who called our former national head.
Now,
When he said, I'm sorry, Ms. Nube. When General Mboto said to you or asked you to verify if there are members deployed around Johannesburg, he's the one that sent you to that address, you say, to Sandhurst.
Correct, Commissioner, he is the one who gave me that instruction to go and verify.
And did he say to you whether this was whether or not this was at the instruction of General Libya?
No, never indicated, he just gave me, I took instruction from him. That
So you understood it to be an instruction from him?
Correct, Commissioner.
Thank you.
thank you, Commissioner Baloy. Then, if I can return to paragraph 4 of your statement on page 2, where you had indicated that you called Captain Kruger and Constable de Gavea and instructed them to go to the address. You say that you sent the address in Sandhurst to Captain Kruger. Is that correct, via WhatsApp?
That's correct, Commissioner.
If I can just refer you to Captain Kruger's statement, it is in section 3 in the file in front of you, and it's annexure BK1, but the tag is labeled B1. If you can go to that annexure and confirm that this is a screenshot of the WhatsApp that you had sent to him. I'll just project it as well, the redacted version.
B1.
Yes. Do you confirm that that was your WhatsApp message to Captain Kruger at BK1, page 1, and that it contained the address of Mr. Katiso Molefe?
I can confirm, Commissioner.
And that you sent that message on the 6th of December 2024 at 15:57?
I can confirm, Commissioner.
Now, it's a forwarded message. Is this because you were forwarding the message that General Mboto had sent to you? You just forwarded it on to, did you just forward it on to Captain Kruger?
Commissioner, that's the message that was, the address was coming from General Mboto, of which I forwarded to Captain Kruger.
Thank you. Captain Kruger says that you also forwarded another screenshot to him, which was a motor vehicle registration report for a specific vehicle, and he said it was an Audi. Do you recall forwarding that to him as well?
Correct, Commissioner. I do recall.
And if we look at the BK1, we can't see the downloaded message, but do you confirm that that is what you had forwarded to him? And if you go to page 2 of that same annexure, you will see what he says was the printout that was sent to him.
That's correct, Commissioner, I can say.
Can you tell us why you were forwarding the details of this Audi to him?
Thank you, Commissioner. This Audi, when after receiving the address at Sandhurst, There was a number plate that was given of one of the cars that were within that premises. So if you look at the picture itself, that blue picture, that's the system that we normally use to test vehicles while we are on duty. We had that system within our phones to say, if I get a registration number, I can just go to that app and then test the car, and then it will give me the result. That's the result that we got of one of the cars that were within the premises.
Now, you say it was given to you, the registration details were given to you by whom?
By General Mboto.
And did he say who had given it to him? Did General Mboto tell you who had given that registration details to him?
Thank you, Commissioner. I never indicated to him who gave him the registration number, but with my assumption, I assume that it's coming from the national head. Why? Because the national head is the one who was contacted from the address.
So you didn't know what the relevance of that registration number was when you received it?
There was an indication, Commissioner, to say it's one of the cars that are within that address.
That's at the scene of the Sandhurst address?
That's correct, Commissioner.
When and how did General Mboto tell you that? Because it's not in your statement. You don't tell us in the statement why he gave you the details of this vehicle. You also don't tell us what you did with it.
That's correct, Commissioner. I didn't mention it on my statement, of which I will admit to be the omission, to say conversation between me and Captain Kruger via WhatsApp.
I'm asking about the conversation with General Mboto, where he tells you, you are telling us now, that he told you this is a vehicle that is on the scene that you are going to. That's not contained in your statement. It's not in the WhatsApp messages or in the phone messages attached to General Kruger's, to Captain Kruger's statement. Why is that? Where is that communication?
Thank you, Commissioner. I will accept as an omission on my statement. I omitted it on my statement, Commissioner.
It is an important omission because you get the details of a motor vehicle, you forward that detail to somebody else, and there is no record of why this motor vehicle was relevant. Why did you need to know? And all you're telling us now is you were told it's on the premises. Doing what? What did General Mboto say about this vehicle being on the premises? Why did it matter that you should know about it? Surely you must have asked that question.
Yes, sir, Commissioner. That's why I'm admitting it's my mistake not to include it on my statement.
You did ask the question, why are you giving me this information?
He did indicate, Commissioner, to me to say, there's one of the registration numbers that was identified to be at the address.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloy. And then, Brigadier, if you can go back to page 1 of B1, which is BK1. I just want to record the time that the vehicle registration information is sent. You'll recall that you forwarded the address at 15:57, but the time that you sent the vehicle registration details is at 16:24, so about a half an hour later. Had you had a further call with General Mboto between the time that you sent the address to Captain Kruger and the time that you sent the motor vehicle information?
Thanks, Commissioner. If I recall well, I did have conversation with General Mboto until the last communication when I gave him a feedback from the team that I sent outside. There was a communication.
And was it after one of those further communications that he had sent these details to you regarding the motor vehicle registration?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Okay. In the message you also send, if you can look at page 1, you send a message that says also black X5. Where did you get that information from? Because it's not a forwarded message. It seems that it was something that you typed out.
Thank you, Commissioner. That's the confirmation that I was still having contact with General Mboto.
So General Mboto was sending you this information or communicating this information to you about what was being observed on the scene.
Correct, Commissioner. He was updating me about what they observing within the scene, and then with my assumption to say the person who was communicating with General Libya, communication General Libya, and then escalated down to the DEFCOM. DEFCOM escalated down to me.
And then just,
What exactly did the General Mboto say about the Black X5?
Thank you, Commissioner. As I recall well, it was indicated also after the first vehicle was given in with the registration number. There was also indication that there was also a black X5 there that we couldn't, or that I was not given the registration number.
thank you, Brigadier. And then just to complete the message on that page 1, there is it says copied a brig. And that is from Captain Kruger. I think he was trying to communicate to you copied Brigadier, as in received.
That's how I'll assume it, Commissioner.
Okay. Thank you, Brigadier. Now, we then get to paragraph 5 of your statement, and you speak about a further conversation with Captain Kruger. Can you tell us what transpired during that conversation?
Thank you, Commissioner. Captain Kruger, after arriving at the set address, he did call me to give me a feedback. And then he indicated to me to say, Brigadier, this is a legitimate police operation where I managed to meet with the team leader of the group running the operation by the name of Captain Wanda. And then along our conversation, he also indicated to me to say, I'm with Captain Wanda, do you wish to speak with him?
Okay, before we get to that conversation, can I just ask you, between the time that you had your first call with Captain Kruger and then this call when he contacts you to tell you he's at the scene, were there any other calls between the two of you during that period?
Yes, Commissioner, there were calls between me and Captain Kruger because I kept on checking on him, how far is he to the address.
And how many times would you estimate you called him during that period?
Yeah, Commissioner, I don't want to lie how many times, but I was keeping contact now and then with him.
When you have deployed, and I'm going to use the word deployed in this case, because you've sent Captain Kruger to go to the scene with Captain Dikovea.
Constable Dikovea.
Constable, I beg your pardon. Is it in the normal course when you've deployed people to a scene that you phone them constantly, asking them how far are you and wanting updates as they go along, proceeding to the scene and they get to the scene? Is that your protocol, your normal protocol?
Thank you, Commissioner. It is normal based on the operation that we'll be running, we used to have a planned operations that we will receive an information beforehand. We will have an ample time to can plan for that operation. And then it's normal, again, when we receive an emergency call from our superiors to say, this is happening, can you attend to it? And then on that instance, it's unplanned. And then when I dispatch members, I will constantly communicate with them so that I can also give feedback to my superiors.
Thank you.
Brigadier, at some point while you were having WhatsApp or telephone conversations with Captain Kruger, according to his statement, a WhatsApp group was created and you were joined and became part of that WhatsApp group. Is that correct?
Commissioner, what I can confirm is that even if he did open a chat group where he added me, what I can confirm is that I didn't participate on that chat group. Why? Because I constantly called him and then he was talking to me, and then I didn't have much reason to participate on that chat group.
That bothers me because if you were interested in knowing whether there were Hawks people at the address in Sandhurst and you had sent him there, his reason for creating the WhatsApp group would be to attend to your instruction.
I agree that he will attend to my instruction, Commissioner, but what I can confirm is that direct communication with him was giving me a first-hand information. That is why I didn't participate on the WhatsApp group.
I'll tell you what bothers me with the WhatsApps. If you go to Annexure B3 on page 9, these are the WhatsApps now in the group. And around 1644, on that same day, there is a WhatsApp that says, this is a legitimate police operation. I will send you Ops Commander's number. And then by around 1652, the details are provided that this is a legal SAPS operation, counterintelligence task team appointed by General Kumalo. Lieutenant Kumalo is in charge. If you look at that timeline, this is 1652. Do you see that? On page 9. There's a tab B3.
Correct.
Are you there?
I can see it.
Sorry, Brigadier, are you there?
Yes,
On
I
page
can
9.
see it.
Do you see where I was reading from?
Yes, Commissioner, I see where you are reading page 9.
Yes. Now,
Intelligence task team appointed by General Kumalo.
yes.
Lieutenant Kumalo in charge.
So according to Kruger's statement, this is 10 minutes before he arrives at the Sandhurst address, because he says, I arrived at 5 o'clock. So 10 minutes before, there is information on WhatsApp that this is a legitimate police operation, and who is the commander responsible?
I can confirm I see the message, Commissioner, but I will still advise the Commission to say, I never participated on this group chat. If the Commissioner can check on page 1 of BK1, the WhatsApp that I sent to Captain Kruger was direct from me to him, not on the group. So I never participated on the group chat that was run on the particular day, Commissioner.
Sorry, Brigadier, can I take you to page 7 of that same annexure? Are you there?
Yeah, I am here.
It's the one that says you added Brig Klenke. Do you see it? On page 7. At the bottom, you added Brig Clanky. This is the WhatsApp group that was created.
Yes.
And you've been added by Captain Kruger. Do you see that? And the next message is a message from you, which is the same motor vehicle information that you had sent Captain Kruger individually. If you go to page 8, it's a clearer picture of that same conversation.
Commissioner, if I'm getting you right, on page 7, you're speaking about the message of also a black
Yeah.
X5.
Go to page 8. Do you see the message that says you added Brig Clanky? Do you see that? That is Captain Kruger adding you to the group. Brigadier, do you see it?
I'm still checking. I see the one on the top, you added Chief George, and then Chief, let me see, where they added me.
It's on page 8. I can get somebody to assist you if that will help.
If I'm correct, Commissioner, on page 8, is it the one that the first message that says you added Chief George?
Look at page 7. Do you see there are 2 in your hard copy? There's one on top, there's 2, it seems like it's 2 WhatsApps. It says you added Brig Clanky.
Correct.
The lower one says you added Brig Clanky, and then there's a message from Brig Clanky with the information, the motor vehicle information that you had sent to Captain Kruger individually earlier on. This is now at 16:34 when this is sent
I can see it.
by you in the WhatsApp group.
I can see it, Commissioner.
So when you said earlier that you didn't participate in that WhatsApp group, that wasn't accurate.
Commissioner, I still confirm that I didn't take part on this group chat. And then the message that I'm seeing from me, I don't know what it was. It's screenshot and posted to the group, copy and paste to the group.
Can you go to page 11?
May I, Ms. Ngube, refer you to paragraph 8 at page 3 of Captain Kruger's statement. He seems to be saying that he is the one who sent what you are referring to the group, which suggests that it was not the brigadier who sent these to the group.
Chair, just a point of correction.
Yes.
He sent it earlier on, Captain Kruger. If Chair can look at page 6.
Yes.
What Captain Kruger is referring to is the forwarding that he does on page 6 when he starts the WhatsApp group. At the bottom of page 6, you've got the address, and then there's that motor vehicle blue picture that we see, which is a downloaded, and then it says also black X5s. Those are forwarded messages. He's forwarding those messages that he received from Brigadier Mokoena. He's forwarding it to the group that he's created. That's at 16:30. He then adds Brigadier Mokoena later at 16:32 on page 7. And once he's added Brigadier Clanky, which is Brigadier Mokoena on page 7, Brigadier Mokoena, which is Brig Clanky, sends those same messages again because he wouldn't have been privy to the forwarded messages earlier because he wasn't part of the group at that point.
And who forwards at that stage?
It's not a forwarded message, it's actually sent
sent.
into the group by what I'm suggesting to the brigadier, it's him. Because you can see it's not a forwarded message. It is a message with his name on, and you can see even at the bottom where it says also Black X5, it's not a forwarded message, it's a message that he is inserting into the chat, so effectively typing it in that chat.
Okay, let's say, I just want to see where exactly the brigadier is added to the group in relation to what appears at the beginning of paragraph 8. Where in relation to that is the brigadier added to the group?
The brigadier is added after the WhatsApp messages, the WhatsApp group is created, and after the initial address and the motor vehicle information and the also X5 messages are forwarded by Captain Kruger that he received from Brigadier Mokoena. He's now forwarding it into the WhatsApp group that he created at 16:30, and that you will see on page 6 of BK3. On BK3, page 7, the bottom one, he's added Brigadier Klenke at just after 16:32, because you can see the last message before he adds says Halo radios on 16:32. He then adds Brigadier Klenke. Brigadier Klenke sends that same message, which is the vehicle information and the also Black X5 information, into the group, because he wouldn't have known that it was already put into the group because he wasn't in the group at the time when it was initially forwarded by Captain Kruger into the group.
All right, thank you. Do you want to clear all of
Yes.
this with the witness then?
Thank you, Chair. So, Brigadier, I want to ask you if we can go back to page 7 of BK3. Do you confirm that you were added to the group shortly after 16:32, as reflected in the screenshot on page 7?
I do confirm, Commissioner.
Okay. And then do you confirm that you sent the motor vehicle information into that group?
Correct, Worship, I can see it on the
Okay.
picture.
And do you confirm that you also sent the message that says also X5, Black X5?
I can confirm, Commissioner, I see it on the picture.
Okay. So I'm going to put the proposition again to you later, but can I also take you to page 11 of BK3? This is later on in the chats at 17:52. Actually at 17:46 on the top. Do you see the top messages?
Correct, Commissioner?
There's a message from Captain Percy Sinjane, and then there is a Brig Klenke. Captain Berry, thanks a lot. You can withdraw, bro. Is that a message that you sent in the group?
I can see it, Commissioner.
Do you confirm that you sent that message in that WhatsApp group?
According to the photo, it shows like that, Commissioner.
And the next message that says, all the members with Captain Berry, thanks.
Correct, Commissioner. I see.
Okay. So do you want to, Commissioner Kamalo will take it over from here.
Thank you, Commissioner. Back to the question of Commissioner Kumar.
Just pause there for a moment, Brigadier. That was my concern, that if you look at the timeline, at 1640 to 1650, so on page 9, from 1644 to 1652, by then there's communication within the group that this is a lawful SAPS operation. It's the counterintelligence task team involved. They are appointed by General Kumalo. He is in charge. This is before Captain Kruger arrives at the scene, because he only gets there at 5 o'clock, according to his evidence. Yet it takes another hour for you to instruct the members to withdraw. I just cannot understand why, when it became clear at 1644 that this is a legitimate police operation, telephone calls were not made to Lieutenant General Kumalo to inquire from him whether the people at the address in Sandhurst are executing a lawful police operation. I don't understand why after that information, the Hawks people still needed to go to the address and remain at the address for at least another hour. I just don't get that. Do you want to comment?
No, I hear you, Commissioner. I won't have much comment concerning this, as I was just receiving a feedback from the two members that I sent there. So when it comes to the issue of confirming that is the General Kumalo, on my statement, I have indicated that Captain Kruger did indicate to me that it's a legitimate police operation. I speak with Captain Wanda, and then that's why I paused my statement. The information of General Kumalo, I'm just picking it up now via the group WhatsApp.
But you were part of the WhatsApp communication. You have just confirmed. Initially, you said you did not participate in the group.
It has to be somehow, somewhere, as I indicated to say, I was having a direct communication with Captain Kruger to say, on the WhatsApp group, Commissioner, to be honest, I was concentrating on the first-hand information that I was getting via a call from Captain Kruger. So, yes, via when we go through the WhatsApp chat, I'm added on the WhatsApp chat, and somewhere there's two messages or three messages where it seems coming from me, and then totally I can confirm that I was not monitoring the group chat on that particular day. I was on the live call to Captain Kruger.
I don't follow that, Brigadier. I want to take you back to your earlier statement that you did not participate in the group chats. Now, Advocate or Ms. Ngube has taken you through the chats and has shown you a few chats in which you actually participated. You yourself sent a good few chats within the group. Can you explain yourself as to why you said you never participated in the group?
Commissioner, to avoid going forward with this explanation, as I recall, I said I don't recall participating on the group chat. And that at this point in time, I'm still not at liberty to say this. For now, I don't have that confirmation. I just see that it's there. And it's coming from.
What are you seeking to establish by the last thing you've just said? Are you going back on your word, which you gave in response to Ms. Ngube, which was to accept that you had actually sent these chats?
Correct.
Are you going back on that? Are you changing your testimony in this regard?
Correct, Worship. I will still stick to the first word that I said, that I never participated on the chat group. Then the current question now that is coming here is the WhatsApp group that are here. Where they not certain that they're coming from me. I'm still vying the issue of copy and paste messages.
Can I just show you the last one on page 17?
Page 7?
Same annexure, page 17. Are you there?
Yeah, at page 7.
Yes.
Yes.
So do you see where it says Brigadier Klenki? Thanks very much, colleagues.
Yes.
That's you communicating with the group, because if you are communicating with one person being Kruger, you would say, thank you, Captain Kruger. But you are communicating with the group here. That's why you are saying, thanks very much, colleagues, using the plural. Unless you say that's also a copy and paste.
Thank you, Commissioner. Don't get me in other way. To be in a plural. As soon as I assign a team with a certain senior officer, my communication in most time it will be within the senior officer. He has to give me a feedback. I have to correspond with him. He has to escalate to the members. So it's a common thing. I can give you a typical example in a sense that within my office, I've got a group chat of the officers. If they send a message to a normal office group chat, I won't comment. I will only comment to this officers group and in plural. That's how I know that if I communicate in plural, that message is this officers group and in plural. That's how I know that if I communicate in plural, that message has been escalated to the members to say job well done or.
I think let's leave this conversation there for now and hand back to Advocate Ngube.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Brigadier, can I just ask you to go to page 14?
14.
Yes, of that same BK3 that we've been dealing with. Are you there?
I'm in page 14, Commissioner.
Yes, the top message is from Warrant Officer Malume Nkosi. Well, it's saved by Captain Kruger as Malume Nkosi. It's actually Sabelo Nkosi, as I understand it. He was part of the WhatsApp group. He sends a message later on saying, this is the person that called the gen. And you respond to his message, not a message from Captain Kruger, a message now from Nkosi saying, which one? Now, if you were only communicating with Captain Kruger and you are suggesting that Captain Kruger would have copied and pasted perhaps your messages between the two of you into this group, why are you responding then to a message from Warrant Officer Nkosi? This is not Captain Kruger on the proposition that you put to Commissioner Kumalo. That wouldn't pass this test, would it?
I can see it coming and it's still questionable.
It's still questionable.
Yeah, it's still questionable.
Okay. Now, what Captain Kruger also provided us with is the actual WhatsApp printout, not just the screenshots. Can I ask you to go to B2, which is actually BK2, but the tab would be B2.
Sorry, before you do that, maybe just to complete that line or sequence of discussion that you've been having with Ms. Ngube, I would like to, you earlier discussed where you were shown where you say, Captain Berry, thanks a lot, you can withdraw, bro. All the members with Captain Berry, thanks. And that's the one you say maybe it's a copy and paste. That's at page 11. If you go to page 10, the second set of WhatsApp messages, you will see it starts with Captain Percy Sinjane, that's the second set, and then 8 kilos, and then there is a direct message that says standing off break. Now, unless you tell us there was another brigadier in the operation and in the group, which you haven't said yet, so they tell you standing off break and you appear to answer in the next page where you say, Captain Berry, thank you, you can withdraw, bro. So that suggests that in page 11, you are in fact responding to what was sent to you on page 10. Standing off break, which shows 2 blue ticks, which suggests you would have read the message, or whoever break is here would have read the message.
I see it, Commissioner, and it's still questionable. Standing off break, I can see it on the messages.
Yes.
It's still questionable.
Okay, let me leave it there for now. There is something else, but let me see where Ms. Ngube wants to
And
go.
then to add on that, I was not informed if there was a brigadier on the scene from Captain Kruger. As much as this one of the general, I just saw it now on this photos on the file, it was never indicated to me, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Can I just understand, Brigadier, what is it that you are finding questionable about these screenshots? Are you questioning the authenticity of the screenshots, or are you questioning the fact that what Captain Kruger may have done is to take messages that you were communicating with him directly in a separate WhatsApp chat between the two of you? He posted this into that chat group. What is it that you are finding questionable?
Thanks, Commissioner. According to me, knowing my team members, I will still stand with the issue that I'm suspecting Captain Kruger was copying and pasting, copying and pasting, copying and pasting.
Okay, so you don't dispute the authenticity of the WhatsApp screenshots. You accept that these are screenshots of the WhatsApp group.
Yeah, I don't question the,
Okay.
The authenticity.
But insofar as it relates to messages that appear to have been sent by you in that group, you question that you actually sent it into that group. You say that Captain Kruger copied and pasted messages that was exchanged between the two of you privately into that group.
That's what I want to believe in, Commissioner.
Okay. Can I then take you to B2?
Ms. Nure, should we mark it BK2? Because it's
BK2,
not
my
marked.
apologies, it is actually it is BK2, but on the tags it is B2. And I see the chair smiling at me, but it's not my, I will attend to it, Chair, but it's not my work product.
That's the point I made right at the beginning. So please change all those flags.
I'm looking to my colleagues behind me, Chair. Are you there at BK2?
Page 3 is, Commissioner.
Yes. This is the actual printout of the WhatsApp chat group that Captain Kruger created and provided to the Commission. So in addition to the screenshots, he also sent the actual...
May I make a request? We've done this quite a bit in relation to the color chats that we went through just now. Maybe deal with one or two examples and let's not do all of them, please, in the interest of time. I think the point has been made.
Indeed, Chair.
Yes.
It's really just to address the proposition that it was copy and paste.
Yes,
Thank you. Yes.
I understand.
If I can ask you to look at page 3, towards the end you'll see there's an entry. In fact, if we can start at the top, there's an entry just a quarter way that says 6/12/2024, 1634. Do you see that?
1634, yes.
Yes. And just above that, it's 1632, it says you added Brig Clanky. Then at 1634, it says Brig Clanky, media omitted. Do you see that?
Yes, I can see it.
And 1634, Brig Clanky, also black X5.
Correct, Commissioner.
Okay. Now, these are not screenshots. This is a printout of the actual messages that were sent by the people in that group. Do you still want to stick to the version that you contend that Captain Kruger was copying and pasting private messages between the two of you into the WhatsApp chat group?
Thank you, Commissioner. If it indeed Captain Kruger copy and pasted the message, I think the printout will come the same as the group chat stands. There won't be a difference.
Okay.
I don't know if I understand your question, but according to me,
If it's posted by him, then it would not appear under your name. Your name would only appear because it's in the content of what has been posted. But it would not appear under your name. That should be as clear as daylight, Brigadier.
Thank you, Commissioner. If it's like that, it confirms my participation in the group, if it's like that.
If it is like, are you saying if it is like that, then it confirms that you did participate in the group?
Yes, if the printout is the same as the Commissioner's explained it to me.
Thank you, Brigadier. Now, why did you seek to disavow yourself from participating in this group? It would seem to be a reasonable step for Captain Kruger to add the person that had given him the instruction to attend to this address so that he can keep you updated and so that you can maybe communicate any further information. Why would you disavow yourself from participation in that group?
I will still, thanks Commissioner, to confirm that the communication that I recall for the particular date was direct calls with Captain Kruger and then WhatsApp direct to Captain Kruger, not on the group itself. I'll still maintain it.
Is the reason, Brigadier, not because you find it difficult to respond to the question posed by Commissioner Kumalo, which is why, after it had been confirmed within the group that this was a legitimate SAPS operation, you did not immediately call off your Hawks colleagues? Is that not the reason why you said, no, I never saw what happened in the group? I was not participating in the group, so I never saw that. I never saw that communication. Therefore, I could not have halted what my Hawks colleagues were doing at the premises. I could not have halted them much earlier. Is it not because you find it difficult to respond to that question that you saw your way out as simply saying, I did not participate in the group? Is that not the real reason?
No, it's not like that, Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair. Brigadier, then let's go back to your statement where we had left off before that detour. At page 2, at paragraph 5, you speak about the call that you then have with Captain Kruger once he's arrived at the scene. Can you elaborate on what transpired between you and Captain Kruger once he told you that he had arrived at the scene? Do you have it? It's page 2, section 2, page 2, and paragraph 5.
I am the Commissioner.
Okay, so my question was for you to explain to us what transpired once Captain Kruger told you that he was at the scene. What did you do?
Thank you, Commissioner. After indicating to me that it's at the scene and it's legit police operations, while giving me feedback, he said to me he spoke with the team leader, the Captain Wanda, and he also indicated that he is closer to me. Do I want to speak with him?
And then what happened?
Indeed, I did communicated with Captain Wanda to say to him, Captain Wanda, the reason for sending my team to the scene itself is to come and verify if it's a legit police operation within that address. And then I further indicated to him how the information came to me until I dispatched the team to the address.
Okay, before we proceed, can I just understand, you're saying that you were on the phone with Captain Kruger on Captain Kruger's phone?
Correct.
And he then gave the phone to his phone to Captain Wanda?
Correct, Commissioner.
Okay, so Captain Wanda gave evidence earlier, and he says that he spoke to you on the phone of an unknown African male who was at the scene, who gave him the phone, and on the other end, you were there, on the other end of the call.
No.
Do you recall that?
No. What I can confirm in front of the commission is that I was speaking with Captain Wanda on Captain Kruger's phone. I still recall that via the call to say, after giving him the information to say, I'm with the national head where I am now to confirm that the issue of Hawks members on the scene. I even turned that call, why? Because it was a WhatsApp call, into a video call for Captain Wanda to consider that I am at the National Awards and then the national head is there. It's not at the address itself. So it's only Captain Kruger who I was calling to, and I was speaking with Captain Kruger's phone, that I can confirm.
Okay, can I ask you to go to B5? It's actually BK5, but the tab is B5. And in Captain Wanda's evidence, what he said was he doesn't know the name of the gentleman who gave him the phone. But during his evidence, he was referred to page 1 of page 21, BK5, and he identified the male in the dark T-shirt with his hands behind his back as the person that had given him the phone, and you were on the other end. Do you know that gentleman?
No, Commissioner, I don't know him.
And you didn't make a call to this gentleman's phone, and he didn't call you?
No, Commissioner, I don't know him. I don't recall making a call to this gentleman.
Okay. Thank you, Brigadier.
Brigadier, Captain Kruger has given a much more comprehensive statement than yours. Yours is 4 pages, and he's given us quite a lengthier statement of 10 pages. He doesn't mention that he gave you his phone on which you spoke to Captain Wanda. He doesn't say that at all. That's a very important part, and that's why you've included it in your statement. And if that happened, why would you not say it in his statement?
Commissioner, I won't know why he did said that, but I still can recall the communication was with Captain Kruger's phone. I never phoned somebody different.
So Captain Wanda is wrong to say he spoke to you on this gentleman's phone. You're saying he's wrong to say that?
It's wrong to say that, Commissioner, because looking through these photos, I don't have an idea who are these people.
Yeah, no, the question isn't whether you have an idea or not, at least not at this stage. But it's simply this: you spoke on the phone, you say it was Captain Kruger's phone you spoke on, you were not on the scene, so you wouldn't know whether it was Captain Kruger's phone or somebody else's. I expect you wouldn't know that.
Commissioner, I still maintain I was communicating on Captain Kruger's phone, and then I didn't have extra call from somebody on that crime scene.
Yes.
Yeah, still, maybe Captain Wanda got it wrong there, according to me.
And Captain Kruger forgot to mention that important fact, because your intervention was quite important. You are saying you spoke on the phone and then you were satisfied it's a legitimate SEPS operation, and on the basis of that call, you then said they should leave. Your people should leave. So Captain Kruger doesn't mention that very important call. That's quite strange, I must say.
He didn't mention the issue that I spoke with Captain Wanda on his phone.
On his phone, yes.
Yeah. Commissioner, I won't confirm the reason why he didn't mention it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloy. Brigadier, can we then go to page 3 of your statement I think we had dealt with you placing the video call and showing Captain Wanda that you were with General Labia. Can I just understand again why it was that you felt the need to show him that you were with General Labia? Although he says that he wasn't able to see General Labia, he only saw uniformed policemen. I just wanted to find out why you felt that important to do that.
Thank you, Commissioner. The allegation of the information when I received was the Hawks members at the set address with General Libya. And then when I relayed the story to Captain Wanda, the reason to send my team there, it was to prove him to say that said General Libya that they alleged to be on the scene is with me here at the National Awards. You can confirm that we were on the awards.
Okay. And then can we deal with paragraph 7 of your statement on page 3? You speak about what your expectations were of the two officers, Captain Kruger and Constable de Gavea, that you had instructed to attend to the scene. Can you just elaborate on that?
Correct, Commissioner. I dispatched the two members to go and verify what is happening on the set address. And then my expectation was for them to follow the instruction as I indicated to them, and then come back to me, indicate to me to say what is happening on that address. And then if the situation was supposed to be either way than expected, they should have also come back to me to indicate to me to say, we are on this address and then we are finding this picture. And then we should have now have a different discussion following what, the assessment on the address itself.
Well, you say in paragraph 8 of your statement that you didn't expect the two officers to add members to the team to attend to the scene. Why did you not expect that from them?
Commissioner, if it was supposed to come to request of additional members, they should have first indicated to me so that I can add additional members, unless if when they arrive at the scene and then the scene approach them differently, that might pose a sort of like a danger, like they should have followed their discretion to say, now we're facing this situation, what can we do? But procedurally, if they were in the idea to make an additional members to assess, they should have just indicated to me.
Have you taken any disciplinary steps against them for not acting procedurally? After you became aware that they added members to the team that went to the address in Parkhurst, you say procedurally they should have come to you first to ask for permission to add members. Once you became aware that they added members, did you take any disciplinary steps against them for not following procedure?
Thank you, Commissioner. The issue of additional members, it came into my mind when I came for consultation in the commission. I never had that idea, that information before. It's only when I came for consultation on at the commissioner where I was informed that, are you aware that there was more than 2 of your members on the scene? And I said, I was not aware. And then if, according to the members, did they have that discretion along the way to add more, they should have informed me. But now I'm becoming aware when I'm coming for consultation at the commission.
Are you saying you did not get a report after the 6th of December 2024 dealing with what transpired at the address in Parkhurst?
The only address that I received, the only feedback I received, Commissioner, I was communicating with the, Captain Kruger, of which I instructed him to verify the address with Captain de Gavea. He never, along the way, to say we did have extra members within the instruction that you gave us, or he never indicated to me when I was speaking with him, with Captain One, to say While we was at the premises, it happens that some of our members came and joined us here. Never had that information prior.
Yes, I would ask you about the WhatsApp on page 19, where there's now a discussion to close the group. But I assume your answer would be the same, that
Yes.
although it says Brigadier Klenki, thanks Captain, no objection to closing the group, you would say that's not you, that's a copy-paste.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I'll leave it there.
Brigadier, on that report issue, what happens at the end of an operation? And reports submitted about operations as a matter of protocol?
Commissioner, the only report that I can confirm to receive, it's after I withdraw the members from the scene, Captain Kruger did send me a copy of his diary on the summary that he did according to how the scene unfolded there.
You consider that a report?
Yes, but because after that, I went through that and I was able to give a report back to the DEFCON.
So,
And then I will again add to say, a planned operation, as I indicated in the commission to say, we used to have a planned operations and unplanned operations. Normally when we go out for a planned operation, we will have an inquiry within the office. But when it comes as an emergency like this from our superiors, we will just run without an inquiry, and then the whole report, a member has to compile it from his diary to the office.
but it's still an operation, right?
Correct.
Even that which you get by emergency request, right? So there must still be a report. And that's why Captain Kruger gives you his diary, which you consider to be a report.
Correct.
Yes. And a report surely must account for your personnel that were at the scene and what they did at the scene, what they observed. Otherwise, something is wrong with the reporting mechanisms of the DPCI then.
Commissioner, is what I said, the report I got it's from the Captain Kruger's diary. And then the same report, I regarded it as a valid report to me. That's why I managed at the end of the day to give a feedback to the DEFCON.
So you accept it's an incomplete report because he doesn't tell you who else was at the scene with him. He doesn't tell you that there were other DPCI members from Gauteng, that if his diary doesn't say that, then the report is incomplete.
It states a complete report, Commissioner, to me, in a sense that when I dispatched those members, they were not there to join the operation itself. They were just there for verification. And then the verification that Captain Kruger received from Captain Wanda gave me much weight to be convinced to say this is a legitimate police operation. So for them to be there and then want to question further on taking the names of the members that were on the operation and the likes, I mean, they were now supposed to be going far beyond the instruction that I gave them. Because his reason was go and verify. Then no team leader is Captain Wanda. Then I was convinced, and then
I'm putting the proposition to you, and please try and answer it. The proposition I'm putting to you is if the report you received, which is the diary of Captain Kruger, if that report doesn't account for other DPCI members that were at the scene, if it doesn't tell you that there were other DPCI members, so many of them, it is an incomplete report. That's a simple proposition I'm making to you.
Thank you, Commissioner. From the side of Captain Kruger, I will accept to be incomplete.
Yes. And is there a record in the DPCI of this operation, like where you instructed them to go out? Is there any record that records this operation?
No, Commissioner.
Is that regular, that you would have a DPCI operation yes, an emergency operation, and there's absolutely no record of it, of who instructed it, when, on the basis of what, and this is why they went to the scene, and this is the feedback you received by way of report. Is that regular, that you would have an operation that is unaccounted for on the books of the DPCI?
Thank you, Commissioner. My response to that is that I did indicate before the Commission to say it came as an emergency operation. It's not the planned one where we start opening inquiry, running with the inquiry, and then after the inquiry we have to submit the success report, we have to submit the whole operation feedback. So this was just a call. It was irregular to us because just a call our superior ran. That's what we did.
Brigadier, maybe lastly, let me say this. I think South Africans, certainly speaking for myself, will be very concerned that the DPCI participates in operations that are not on record. There's no record of operations. This may not be the only one. Why should South Africans not be concerned?
Commissioner, my respond on that. But I indicated to say the members that I dispatched, the 2 members, were not there to join the operation. Were there to confirm, to verify. So if they were were supposed to be part and parcel of the operation, they should have compiled the whole full report, as the commissioner is asking now. But on verification, they arrived there, they met the member in charge, they verified that is a legit operation, and then the member just drafted simple summary on his diary and then forwarded it to me. They were not part and parcel of the operation itself. They were there for verification.
I had my concerns, Brigadier. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. Brigadier, you, in an exchange earlier on, you said that they, being Captain Kruger and Constable de Gouveia, had gone beyond your instruction by involving other members. Is that correct? Is that what you had said? They had gone beyond your instruction. What did you mean by that?
That's my response to you, Commissioner, when you were asking me, am I aware that there was additional members within my team? And then I said to me, if there was extra members from my team without informing me, then they were beyond my instruction. Because when they felt the situation uncomfortable or challenging, I should have get an indication from the side.
But isn't that precisely why you are trying to distance yourself from participation in the WhatsApp group? Because that WhatsApp group demonstrates that there were definitely more than just the 2 members that you say you instructed to attend at the address, and that you were aware that there were more than just 2 members. They reported to you when they arrived at the scene, and they told you when they were standing down. So you were at all times aware that it was more than just Constable de Gouveia and Captain Kruger.
Commissioner, I won't take it as distancing myself. The reason why I relied much on the telephone communication, I was sitting at the awards, and then the proceedings were on. And then the only thing that I managed to do after speaking with Captain Wanda, when I was supposed to speak with Captain Kruger for feedback and Captain Wanda, that's where I walked out of the event itself. And then after speaking with them, I went back to the event itself. It's not totally to say I was distancing myself from the chat group, Commissioner.
There's just the last paragraph on paragraph 9 that I want him to read, but...
Okay, just one question. Because we have Captain Kruger coming to testify before the commission, if he says to the commission that you were in the group and you were communicating with members of the group, What should we as the Commission do with that in light of your denial that you participated in the WhatsApp group?
Commissioner, if he indeed can confirm that, then from my side I will be owing the Commission an apology, and then I will also, secondly, be in a position that I didn't tell the truth to the Commission to my best ability.
Because, you know, to be fair to you, one of the allegations that are being made at this commission is that Hawks members interfered with a legitimate police operation. And Captain Kruger, in his own statement, he says at least around 1644, there was communication within the group that there's a legitimate police operation going on. I just cannot understand why it took another hour for them to withdraw from Sandhurst or to even continue going there in the first place. I just cannot understand.
Commissioner, when they speak about the Hawks members, I will only respond on that one of the Hawks members. Somewhere along the consultation, I picked it up that there was a marked Hawks cars on the scene. And then within my office, I don't have marked Hawks cars in my office. Automatically, there might be the Hawks members there, but when they spoke about the marked car, then I started to feel like there was extra Hawks members within the crime scene. I don't use the marked cars in my office. All our cars are unmarked. The only marked car that we have within head office, they are all within our media office. I don't have a marked car on my team. Then, when we go back to the issue of the Hawks t-shirt, I did confirm some of my team members, when they come for duty, they wear the Hawks teams. It's not a uniform. We are working on civilian clothes. But whoever, when the sun rises, feel to wear a t-shirt with Hawks emblem is allowed. Then on the issue of the Captain Kruger, I won't answer much. I will allow him just to come before the commission.
Thank you, Commissioner Kumalo. Brigadier, before I ask you to read paragraph 9 into the record, I just want to ask you, were Captain Kruger and Constable de Gavea the only members of the Hawks that you had instructed to attend Katiso Molefe's home on the 6th of December?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Just before you go on, Ms. Ncube, in response to the question by Commissioner Kumalo, you said that if Captain Kruger confirms that you indeed participated in the group chats, you will tender an apology and accept that you were telling an untruth. What's the nature of the confirmation that you have in mind? The sort of confirmation that would result in you tendering an apology and accepting that you were being untruthful. Did you hear me? I see you straining your ears and even coming closer to the mic.
Yeah.
Did you hear me?
My apology, Commissioner. I missed something when the Commissioner started talking.
Okay. In response to Commissioner Kumalo's question, you said that if Captain Kruger confirms the content of the group chats, I'm paraphrasing, then you will tender an apology and accept that you were telling an untruth. My question is, what's the nature of the confirmation that you have in mind? A confirmation that would result in you tendering an apology and accepting that you were being untruthful. What sort of confirmation do you have in mind?
Commissioner, if I'm allowed, can I be allowed just to reserve that answer?
Be allowed to respond at a later stage.
So
All
that I
right,
can
that's
respond.
fine. That's in order.
Thank you, Chair. And then just lastly, if you can deal with paragraph 9 on page 3 of your statement. Can either read it into the record or you can tell us what it is that you're trying to convey in paragraph 9.
Thank you, Commissioner. What the explanation, paragraph 9. When information came to me that it was said group of people calling themselves the Hawks with General Levy. The reason for me to send the 2 members, if you send 2 members on such a situation, they will have a better approach towards the situation. And then they will have a better time to can assess. If you receive such an information and then you take the whole team rush there, I am with the opinion that via operational background, if I'm running an operation on certain premises and we're busy running there and then there comes many cars from the police side, the approach from us towards those that are coming might bring us to chaos. Because the moment they will stop there might be a challenge to say, who are these people? And then you find that members can draw firearms to each other. There's a possibility that within that split of seconds, somebody might have a different adrenaline and then find that one of the members has squeezed the trigger and then hit his fellow colleague. But if you send 2 members, it's for assessment and verification. The sooner they pick up a different direction, they should have alarmed it in a better way, rather than sending the whole team to the scene.
This is an important issue. Maybe let's just explore it further. So you accept that it was wrong for a group of Hawks members, 3 or 4 cars, according to Wanda's statement. Do you accept that it was wrong for a team of Hawks officials to attend to the scene at Sandhurst?
Commissioner, I'll try to answer that question. I sent 2 members. According to Captain Wanda's testimony, say group of Hawks members. So there's a different from what my instruction was to my 2 members only. And then there was a group of Hawks of which is what I declared to the commission to say they also indicated the marked Hawks cars, of which I cannot be held accountable on those marked Hawks cars. I don't know how many members were carried on that Hawks marked cars. And then from my side, I dispatched only 2 members. So if they come at large like that, I mean, there should have been a retaliation there. Should have been a retaliation there, and then where could have ended up in chaos.
And I said Brigadier is actually Captain Wanda, so let me just clarify that. It is Captain Wanda, just to get his title correct.
Captain Wanda. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Brigadier, just to finish off a topic that was touched on earlier. If you go to B3, the tab B3, and then at page 14, it's that sequence of WhatsApp messages. And I asked the question mindful about what you've said about your participation or non-participation in this WhatsApp group. So at page 14, you have that first set of WhatsApp messages. And there's the one from Warrant Officer Malume Tom. I think we've established it's Nkosi or somebody. And the message says, this is the person that called the general. You see where I'm reading?
Yes, General, Commissioner.
And then it indicates you asking which one. It says Brigadier Klein, and then which one, you've got 4 question marks. You see that?
Correct, Commissioner.
Right. Now, if you turn to the next page, the top WhatsApp says, again, it's Warrant Officer Malume Tom. It says Mr. Mtetwa. You see that?
Correct, Commissioner.
And then he carries on, he says, he said is related to the owner of the house, right?
Correct, Commissioner.
And then in the bottom one, it's a repeat of that top WhatsApp message. It starts, Mtetwa, he said is related to the owner of the house, and there's a picture, a photograph of 2 people, one circled in yellow. You see that?
Correct, Commissioner.
And he says, this one, Brigadier. So he's answering you. It appears he's answering you when you ask which one. Remember the earlier conversation? Correct. And then he says, this one, Brigadier. So he circled the man in the navy blue T-shirt and what looks like navy blue T-shirt and navy blue pants. And that is the person that Captain Wanda pointed out as the person on whose phone he spoke to you. I just want to complete that is the sequence, and it's significant for the purpose of understanding who is this person that called General Libya, and on whose phone Captain Wanda says you spoke to him. That's the significance of that link. But of course, you've already said you never spoke to him on this man's phone, and that remains your position.
Thank you, Commissioner. I still confirm that when I speak to Captain Wanda, I was speaking with him on Captain Kruger's phone. I still maintain that.
You've seen a bit of the picture of this person. It was shown there. Is it anyone that you recognize as involved in any way with the Hawks?
I don't know the people on the picture.
You don't recognize them?
I don't recognize any one of them.
Thank you. Brigadier.
I hope, Brigadier, that you've now had time to think about an answer to my question. I will not repeat my question a 3rd time. Are you now able to respond?
Thanks, Commissioner. If the confirmation will be there, Commissioner, I'm still maintaining that, then I will maintain that I didn't tell the truth to my best ability to the Commission.
I will not repeat the question because you are repeating what you had said, and my question was exactly formulated on the basis of what you mean by confirm or confirmation, which is the word you've just used now. I will not press this. I will not press this any further.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
That's the evidence of this witness, Chair. After the lunch adjournment, Captain Kruger will take the stand.
Let's adjourn and resume at 14:10.
Testing 1, 2. Good afternoon, everyone. We said, the chairperson said we would start at 10 past. It's 8 minutes past. But we are ready, so we'll resume.
Thank you, Commissioners. The next witness is Captain Barry James Kruger. And can I just say, Chair, that the housekeeping of the labeling of the annexures has been rectified over the lunch adjournment.
Thank you very much. Ms.
Thank you, Chair. The witness has decided to be swear in.
Thank you, thank you. Good afternoon, Captain. Please state your names for the record. Thank you. Do you swear that... let's start all over. Good afternoon, Captain Kruger.
Afternoon, Commissioner.
Yes. Please state your full names for the record.
It's Barry James Kruger, your Commissioner.
Do you swear that the evidence you're going to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair. Captain Kruger, in front of you, you should have a file, and it's got a section that says a label 3. If you can go to that section, and if I could ask you to go to page 10 of that bundle and confirm that the signature on page 10 is your signature.
It's my signature, Commissioner.
And then can you confirm that the statement, the witness statement that appears on page 1 to 10 is your witness statement prepared for the evidence that you're going to give today?
I confirm, Commissioner.
And do you confirm the contents thereof to be true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Okay. Now, Captain, can we start on page 1 of your statement? You will see that there are annexures to your statement as well, before I get to your statement, and they are marked BK1 to 5. Do you see that?
I do, Commissioner.
Thank you. Now, if we can go to your statement at page 1, in paragraphs 1 and 2, you introduce yourself and you set out your employment history with the South African Police Services. Can you just give us a brief rundown of your service history?
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, I've got 32 years service running, Commissioner, and I was working at the Ekurhuleni Flying Squad and Tactical Task Team before I took a transfer to where I am now by the DPCI Hawks Toms section, Your Worship, Your Commissioner, sorry. I was transferred to the Hawks last year, April 2024, where we do priority crimes, J50s, escorting of high-profile suspects, and I am also hostage negotiator for the police. Thank you, Commissioner.
And your rank is captain. When did you become a captain?
I became captain at the Hawks in 2024, the 1st of December 2024, Commissioner.
And who do you report to, and who did you report to in December 2024?
I report direct to my section head, Brigadier Mokoena, Commissioner.
Do you still report to him today?
Yes, Commissioner.
Now, at paragraph 3 of your statement, you start with the events that transpired on the 6th of December 2024. Can you just take us step by step with how you got involved in the events that transpired on that day?
Thank you, Commissioner. I was on duty the day in question, Commissioner. I was at that stage still living in the East Rand after I took the transfer, but because we had to go do an operation that evening in Northwest, I found it that we would stay in the Pretoria area. So Warrant Officer Nkosi would collect us with a better vehicle and take us to the place, the destination we were supposed to do the briefing and at night and have our operation. At that stage, Constable de Gouveia and myself were driving a Ford Focus, but it was not affixed with blue lights or sirens, Commissioner.
And who is Constable de Gouveia?
He's also a member from the TOMS, Commissioner.
And around about what time was it that you found yourself in Pretoria?
It was just about before 4 o'clock, 1600 hours, Commissioner. Thank you.
And you say Warrant Officer Nkosi was going to assist you. Who is he?
Warrant Officer Nkosi is also from our team, and he was driving a bakkie that is of the team bakkie that we would have all three climbed in this bakkie and done the operation at night, Your Commissioner.
Okay, you may proceed. What happened then?
Okay, I then got a phone call from my Brigadier Mokoena, informing me that I had to go to an address I did not know, 137 Empire Place in Sandhurst in Johannesburg, Commissioner, and to verify if there was a legitimate police operation underway there, as people were saying that they are from the Hawks and it was not our team involved there. Yes, Commissioner.
And when did you say you received this call? Around about what time? We're now at paragraph 3 and 4 of your statement.
Yes, it was around 1600 hours, yes, Commissioner.
And when Brigadier Mokoena asked you to go to the address, what was your response to him?
I informed him that I'm just far away because I was in Pretoria North as we were going to go do an operation later. and that my vehicle that I'm driving at the moment did not have blue lights or sirens, and that the tires were not properly roadworthy, Commissioner.
Did you mention to him that you were in Pretoria North?
According to my recollection, yes, I did, Commissioner.
And when you say that the tires were in a bad condition, what do you mean and why is that relevant?
We're waiting for new tires for the vehicle, the said vehicle, and the tires were getting smooth. And because of the traffic, it was a Friday afternoon peak traffic, and then we would have been delayed if we had jumped to get to Sandhurst from Pretoria. Yes, Commissioner.
And what was Brigadier Mokwena's response to what you had told him?
Brigadier Mokwena then just said to me, I must go immediately and verify if this is a legal, legitimate police operation. Yes, Commissioner.
And then at paragraph 5 of your statement on page 2, you mentioned a WhatsApp message. Can you tell us about that?
That is correct, Commissioner. Yes, Brigadier Mokwena then private messaged me that it was at 137 Empire Place, Sandhurst. And then also a screenshot of a vehicle, a black Audi. And also a message to say there is also a black BMW X5 at the premises.
Thank you. Can we go to a BK1, page 1? Can you confirm that this is the WhatsApp message that you received from Brigadier Mokwena?
I confirm, Commissioner.
Can you tell the commissioners why his name is reflected as Brig Glenkie?
That's how I saved it on my phone. We all name as Brigadier Glenkie. Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you.
And I noticed that just below the address that the Brigadier sent to you, 137 Empire Place, Sandhurst, there's that blue picture, I'll call it like that. It looks like it has not been downloaded fully. It has 46 KB. And you have referred to a vehicle. You said there was a vehicle. Is that what you were referring to?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Once downloaded is what's reflected there where it says 46 KB. What appears at page 2?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Then while we're still on page 1 of BK1, you said that he also sent a message saying also black X5.
That is correct, Commissioner.
Okay. And the downloaded motor vehicle information document, can you tell us what was that? What is it called?
We call it the MCD application, yes.
And what is it?
It's a motor vehicle circulation format that the police uses.
Okay.
Yes.
And you say the vehicle was what was the vehicle in respect of that MCD?
It was a black Audi, Commissioner.
Okay. And did Brigadier Mokwena tell you anything about these two vehicles that he had sent to you?
Only that they were at the scene, yes, Commissioner.
Did he tell you how he knew that they were at the scene?
No, Commissioner.
Then still on that page, there's a message in green that says copied a brig. Do you see it under?
That is correct.
Whose message is that?
It is my message to the Brigadier, Commissioner.
And what are you conveying in that message?
That I copy his message and I will act on it.
Okay.
Please use the language that we lay persons would understand. What do you mean copied?
I recognize his message and I will confirm and I'll get back to him. Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, can we go back to your statement then on page 2?
Yes.
We were at paragraph 6, so you received that information, you say, at 1629, and then also the black X5
That is correct.
message. Okay. Then on page 3 of your statement, paragraph 7, what did you do after you received those messages?
After I received those messages, I quickly opened a WhatsApp group and added a few members on there that can assist, Commissioner.
What was the purpose of creating the WhatsApp group?
As I stated, I was very far away, and like I said, I used to stay in the East Rand, and some members stay in the West Rand of Johannesburg and East Rand, that I could get members. Maybe if I don't get there on time or quickly enough, they could also respond, Commissioner.
By East Rand, you mean the Egoruleni area?
That is correct. Yes, Commissioner.
West Rand, what area would that be?
In the West Rand, I would say the Krugersdorp, Randfontein areas. Yes,
Thank you.
Commissioner, sorry.
Thank
And Soweto.
Thank you, Chair. So if you can go to BK3. Are you there?
I'm there.
Do you confirm that this is the WhatsApp group that you created?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Okay. And you said that you created it because they, to add members that may be closer. Why did you have to create the WhatsApp group for members that may be closer?
That they could respond quickly to the request that we had. Yes, Commissioner.
And why was there a need to respond quickly to the call?
To confirm if it was a legit police operation at the time.
Were you told that it needed to be attended to urgently, or did you
Yes.
just take it upon yourself?
What I can recall is that the matter needed urgent response. Yes, Commissioner.
Was this something that was told to you by Brigadier Mokoena, or did you just assume that it was urgent?
Because Brigadier Mokoena he called me very often to hear how far I am and how far I am, so I could see the urgency of the matter, and that's why I added the other members. Yes, Commissioner.
And what is
The purpose?
what is the nearest police station to the Sandhurst?
I would think Sandhurst Police Station, Commissioner.
Did it not occur to you to call that police station for officers there to go verify?
It did not occur to me at the time, Commissioner, because it was stated that members are alleging that they are from DPCI, so I would think a DPCI member would go and confirm the legitimacy.
Had you been told that? Okay. So it was said they were saying they are DPCI.
That's why I was on the way to confirm that. I wasn't sure.
So you as a DPCI wanted to go check if they were indeed DPCI.
That is correct, Commissioner.
Are you suggesting that SUBS members would not have been able to do that?
I do not, Commissioner, but if I had to send someone else on my behalf, I would still have to go and verify for myself, because as I was the first person called, I would have to give back the proper feedback to my commander.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair. Then, still at paragraph 7 on page 3, you have provided the Commission with the printout of your WhatsApp group chat, which is BK2, and the screenshots at BK3. Is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Do you recall when you downloaded the WhatsApp printout?
When I downloaded the WhatsApp printout was in last month, Commissioner.
And why did you do that?
I was consulted, and then I just showed the people who consulted me the proof I still have on my phone.
Was this people from the commission?
That is correct.
Okay. And the screenshots you still had, the WhatsApp group was, the messages were still in that WhatsApp?
Although I deleted the group, I still have the WhatsApp chat group on my phone. Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you. Now, you say that you added members to the chat. Who did you add?
I added Warrant Officer Sabelo Nkosi. I added Constable De Gouveia. I added Captain Sinjani. I added Brigadier Mokoena. And later I added Chief George from the Gauteng Traffic Air Wing.
Okay.
Can you please give us the full name of King George?
Chief George.
Or Chief.
It's at page 3.
King George.
Chief George.
Or Chief.
It's at page 3, paragraph 8 there.
The last line.
Yeah. What does your paragraph 9 start with?
My intention certainly was not to...
No, you've got the wrong statement. Your statement is at section 3.
Sorry.
Section 3, page 3, paragraph 9.
That is correct. Chief Provincial Inspector George Raftopoulos.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. But when you initially started the group, you hadn't added Chief George and Brigadier Mokoena?
No, not yet, Commissioner.
And still in paragraph 8 of your statement, you say that you forwarded messages to the group. Which messages did you forward?
The same messages Brigadier Mokoena had forwarded to me, Commissioner.
And those would be?
The address and the MCD of the vehicle in question, the Audi, and about the black X5, Commissioner.
If I could ask you to go to BK3, page 6. Are you there?
I am there.
Do you confirm that that is the messages that you had forwarded?
I
into
confirm,
the group?
Commissioner.
You can go back to your statement and then you can tell us what you did thereafter? After you forwarded the messages in the group.
Okay, I forwarded the messages.
At paragraph 8.
Paragraph 8, the members I added was a group. Yes, it's as I stated that I added Captain Sinjani, Constable De Gouveia, Warrant Officer Nkosi. I forwarded the messages I received from Mokoena to the group. I also sent a message inquiring how far the members were from the given address, Commissioner. And another message stating that men are posing to be General Libya or from General posing as Hawks members on scene.
Can I ask you to go to BK3 again and on page 7?
Yes.
That's the screenshot of the WhatsApp message. Can you read the message after also black X5?
How far members? At 16:30 and 16:31, there is a man posing as General Libya and other DPCI members on scene. And halo radios on.
Can you just explain those 3 messages to us?
the three explanation, how far members is asking the members on the group how far they are from the address given as stated. The second message, there is a man posing as General Labia and other DPCI members on scene would be that members are posing to be of the DPCI Hawks and to be General Labia. And the Halo radios on is that our team works with two-way radios, Halo radios, and the request is so members would switch it on that we can communicate faster.
And the message that refers to General Labia, where did you get that information from?
I understood from Brigadier Mokoena that people were posing, or the phone call came to the General's attention, that people are saying they are from his office or that they are him.
And then we can see at paragraph, still at that page, it says you added Brig Clanky. Can you tell us what that is in reference to?
I added Brigadier Clanky to the WhatsApp group that we were on.
Why did you do that?
Also for the information to flow much quicker, that if he updates or we update, that he can be notified very quickly.
And did you inform him beforehand that you would be adding him to the group?
I don't recall that I did.
And at this point, were you communicating with Brigadier Mokoena via phone, or was it phone and WhatsApps at that point?
After he sent the initial WhatsApps to me, it would have been maybe on the phone itself, direct phone call.
And how often from the time that he first called you, did he call you between the time that he first called you and you added him to the group? So it's a space of about half an hour.
I would say that more or less you'd phone me and get an update every 10 minutes, if I could say more or less.
And when he was calling for these updates every 10 minutes, what was he asking you specifically, if you can recall?
How far am I? How far out am I from the address, the given address? Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. Then at paragraph 9 of your statement on page 3, you deal with how you added Chief George to the group. Can you tell us?
Yes, that's correct. During one of the phone calls with Brigadier, he mentioned that why don't I hear by Chief George if they don't have anybody closer to the address that was given.
And can you tell us why Chief George would be an appropriate person to make that request to?
A lot of our operations, Chief George and his members would be in our operations with us, and he's a trusted member to the TOMS, him and his members.
Can I ask a question? Is he a member of the Hawks?
No, he's a member of the Gauteng Traffic Air Wing.
Yes. Which leads to my real point. If you could get assistance from the Gauteng Traffic Department, why could you not get similar assistance from Rosebank Police Station, which is less than 5 kilometers away, and the Sandton Police Station, which is less than 5 kilometers away? Because this was not an operation. Your instruction was to go to Sandhurst to verify whether there was a legitimate police operation there. So why could you not get the police to, because you are an hour away in Pretoria North, your other team members are in Krugersdorp, Mkhale City, Friday afternoon, 4 p.m., peak traffic to get to Sandhurst. You have Rosebank there, you have Sandton there. Why did you not ask them to do the same thing you are asking Chief George to do?
I understand your question, Commissioner. It's like I stated that we have a close relationship with Chief George and a trusted relationship with him and his members. And at that stage, I did not have Sandton Police Station's phone number on hand as we were trying to get through the traffic. And it was just much quicker to phone Chief George and to ask if he's got any members around the area that could check for us and wait for us to arrive. To contain the scene, yes.
You say it's quicker to get the details of a black Audi and who owns it than to get the phone numbers of the Sandton police station?
No, it's not. It's just that it was mentioned and that was just a option, Commissioner.
Because I don't understand if people are an hour away.
I
and
understand
there's a
what
police
you-
station less than 5 kilometers from where you're supposed to go. And the purpose of you going there is simply to verify whether it's the Hawks who are there. Why can't the police do it? That's the part I don't understand.
No, I understand the question. Yeah, just like all I can say is that because we trust, there's a trust built between Chief George and his members and our team, Commissioner, is what I can say. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kumalo. Now, what assistance was Chief George going to give?
If he's from the air wing, but he does have members on ground. That was my question to him, if he's got any members around the area that can quicker respond than the distance that we are far from. And Chief George let no, he doesn't have any ground members on the ground at the moment, but he does have a helicopter available.
And so was it your understanding that he was then going to deploy the helicopter?
That is correct, Commissioner.
And did he say that he would do so?
Yes, Commissioner.
Can we then go to page 8 of BK3? Can you just confirm here that you then add Chief George? And there's now again a message with the address with Chief George traffic. Why was that message sent? It seems like it was sent by you.
Yes, it is sent by me, Commissioner. I added Chief George and I resent him the address so that he knows, obviously for the helicopter, to give the information through.
Okay. And then just before that, if we can go to page 7, the page just before that, page 7, where you added Brigadier Mokoena.
Yes, Chief.
Can you tell us the messages that follow after you added Brigadier Mokoena? Who sent those messages to the group?
Those messages were, after I added Brigadier Mokoena, was Brigadier Mokoena himself. The same message he sent me, he sent to the group, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Is that both the message in blue, the one that's not downloading, and the one that says also black X5?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloy. So if we can go back to the following page where you had added Chief George and you've sent the address. There's between 1636 and then 1642, he sends a message, chopper airborne. That's to confirm that he's now deployed the helicopter.
That's correct, Commissioner, yes.
Now, when he did this, where were you at this point?
Myself,
Yes, you and Constable de Gouveia.
I was still on the highway, I think it's the N1 approaching Johannesburg, Commissioner.
And how far would you say you were from the address at that point? In minutes?
In minutes, I'd say between 15 and 20 minutes away, Commissioner.
Okay, and then if we can go back to your statement at page 4. At paragraph 12, this is after Chief George has now deployed the helicopter. You refer to other attempts that you had made to get assistance from elsewhere. Can you deal with that, please?
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, I have many groups on my phone where it is other police members or security companies, it's crime combating WhatsApp groups, that I did request that if anyone is in that area, they can private message me, please, urgently.
Why did you feel the need to do that when you've now already have the assistance of Chief George?
Just someone on the ground that can, like I said, contain the scene till I can arrive and confirm myself.
Maybe if you can just help us, Captain Kruger. You get a instruction from Brigadier Mokoena to simply verify whether the Hawks are executing an operation at this address. That is really the extent of the request or the instruction. You then get hold of Chief George, which you say was at the suggestion of Brigadier Mokoena, but you also then go into these other operational chat groups of yours to try and get assistance. Why was there such a need, an urgent need for this to be attended to when it seemed like it was just a simple instruction to go and verify whether there was an operation or not?
It would come down to the urgency that Brigadier Mokoena would phone me very often to find out how far I was. And once again, like to say, I said the urgency, and for me to be able to get there myself to give proper feedback from a DPCI member to my commander.
So these attempts that you made was really informed by the pressure or the urgency expressed by Brigadier Mokoena for you to attend to the scene?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Captain, what did you anticipate or what did you expect you were going to find at this scene? Because in paragraph 12, with these messages where you're asking for assistance, it looks like, it reads like you're organizing quite widely, and you could have turned up with any number of people. And if you're sending out weight like that and you're going to attract a lot of people, what did you anticipate is happening at the scene? What information did you have?
I understand the question. Thank you, Commissioner. You will never know on your way like that, and you're under pressure to get there and get all the answers that was required. But it could come anything down to because there's a lot of crimes happening where people say they are police, they open the gate, people get robbed, house robbery, then it's fake police, or such. It would come down to people presuming to be police when they're not police, but they're using the police's name to extort money from somebody, or, like I said, house robbery. So that was quite urgent, yes, Commissioner.
I guess what I'm trying to understand is you went to a scene, you had no idea what you're going to meet. You didn't know what number of people were there. You don't know whether they are armed. And those basic questions that you would have asked or should have asked of Brigadier Mokoena when he instructed you to go there.
No, you're correct,
at least have an
Commissioner.
understanding of what scene are you going to be confronting.
You're correct, Commissioner, because you don't know how many people you will
Yes.
confront once you arrive, and is it criminals that you can have a shootout with, or so forth.
And he didn't provide you with any of that information
No,
other than these
Commissioner.
2 vehicles that you will find there.
Not to say 2 vehicles, but it was 2 that were identified at the time of the information given, yes. But you also don't know how many vehicles you would find on arrival or so.
Yes, I know you don't know. I'm asking a different question, that you basically went to a scene, you were driving towards a scene and you were mobilizing people, and you had no information other than there's an operation by people who are claiming to be DPCI.
That is
You didn't know
correct.
what you're going to meet there, what you're going to walk into.
That is correct, Commissioner, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. If we can stay on page 8 of BK3, there is a voice note, a 14-second voice note at 16:44. Can you tell us what that voice note was?
The voice note on that specific day and time, Commissioner, I was telling the members that it seems to be a legitimate police operation. The feedback that I got from one of the groups that I requested someone to private me urgently.
Now, this feedback that you got, you say it was from one of the operational groups. Can you just elaborate on that? What kind of group is it, and what members are in this group that you got this information from?
It's crime groups where people of security companies, police, the different traffic departments would be on, Commissioner. And the person that's sent me a message, I just can't remember because after a while I started deleting of the many messages. The message came from one of the members who responded to my request on one of the groups.
And this would have been somebody from a private security company in that group
That is correct, Commissioner.
who would presumably have been operating in the area near the house.
That is correct, Commissioner.
Okay.
It must have been people you trusted because you sought them out for assistance.
Yes, Commissioner.
Now you get the assistance you require, you get told that this is a legitimate police operation.
That is correct,
Do you not
Commissioner.
pause at that point and reflect?
I forwarded to the WhatsApp group in question, but like I say, to give proper feedback to my commander, I need still to arrive and confirm for myself who am I speaking to, a contact number or so forth, to give proper feedback, Commissioner.
But why do you still need a chopper airborne once you've been told by the security people you trust that the scene you are going to is a legitimate police operation?
I think the feedback came from both simultaneously or within a few minutes from each other, Commissioner.
Because it's only 2 minutes after Chief George told you that chopper airborne. I'm looking at paragraph 11 and 12 of your statement. At 16:42, Chief George says to you, chopper airborne. And then at 16:44, you get told that this is a legitimate police operation. So why do you not say to Chief George, you can back off now, I've been told that this is a legitimate police operation? Why do you still allow him to go to Sandhurst?
That would be Chief George's own decision, I think, also just to confirm and should we arrive the backup we need at the moment.
He was called by you. How can it be his own decision? He's there to assist you.
No, I understand the question. No, I didn't think to tell Chief George to stand down at that time because they were already airborne. And for them, it's just a minute or two to fly, and the backup would be there, Commissioner.
Do you have any idea how this other person, possibly from security companies, would have established that this was a legitimate operation? I'm asking this in the context of what we have learned from other witnesses. I have not heard any interaction with the SAPS officers who were engaged in the takedown. Is it take or taking?
Takedown.
The takedown. I've not heard anything from them that they ever had any interaction with a person other than officers from the DPCI regarding the legitimacy of the operation. Who could this person have been, and how could they have established that the operation was legitimate? Do you have any idea?
That is a good question, Commissioner, because I would also like to know how do they know that if they never spoke to anybody or took a phone number or a name of someone in charge? So no, the question I understand and I respect it.
So, sorry, Captain, sorry to come back to this point. It looks like it's Chief George who's telling you this on page 9 of the annexures. Chief George says legal SAPS operation, counterintelligence task team appointed by General Kumalo, Lieutenant General Kumalo in charge. It's Chief George who's saying this.
That is correct, Commissioner.
And he's a police officer, so you're not talking to some security guard or security company that you don't know.
No, the message had come from Chief George, you're correct, Commissioner?
Yes. So at that point, why do you not say to him, there's no need for you to go there. You have confirmed that this is a legitimate police operation. You've identified the commander of the operation. Why is there still a need to go to the Sandhurst property?
Like I state again, for myself to get the name of the commander in charge and forward that information to my commander again, Commissioner.
The objective is different now. You are now going to simply get the name.
Yes.
Why do you not tell the other teams to back off? I've been told that this is a legitimate police operation. I will now go simply to get the details of the person in charge of the scene.
You are correct, Commissioner, yes. Like I was only 7 or 8 minutes at that time, I think, away from the scene, so I still proceeded anyway to turn around and go all the way back to Pretoria. Let me just stand off and I can get the correct information, because Chief George, if he was in the helicopter, I don't know how would he have got the information of somebody on the ground. And yeah, I could give proper feedback to my commander.
My concern is not you still continuing
Okay.
to go there. I understood you to be saying you would still need to go to get the details of the person in charge there. My question is, why do you not tell the other teams to back off once you were made aware that this is a legitimate police operation?
I understand, yes, now. I don't know why I did not. I just said I'm still on my way to confirm. I don't know why. But I can say on my arrival, I did not find anybody standing there that I sent or I asked help from. Yes, Commissioner.
So the only downloads that we have, chat downloads that we have, are those between you and Brigadier Mukwena, and those amongst the group members. We have no download from the other groups, because your last sentence of paragraph 12 says, at approximately 1644, I received feedback from one of these groups, I do not recall which group, that the operation taking place at the address in Sandhurst was legitimate. So we have no downloads from other groups.
Commissioner, I forwarded it on page 8.
Oh.
On page 8, the last picture, it shows green from my forwarded message. It said forwarded. It's a legitimate police operation. I will send you Ops Commander's number. And it continues to page 9. That was sent to me from whoever I asked, that I just can't remember who. So the message I got, I forwarded it onto that group. Yes, Commissioner.
So that was from that group?
Yes,
Commissioner. Forwarded it from a chat from that group?
Yes, Commissioner.
Onto this group?
That is correct.
With General Klenki Mukwena and
that is correct, Commissioner.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
And just to follow up, in fact, Captain Sinjani, immediately thereafter, we are on page 9, gives you a thumbs up and says, okay, should we stand down? Because that's the normal attitude. Once you become aware that this is a legitimate police operation, people would say, why do we still need to go there? Should we stand down?
Yes.
How come the answer is not, yes, stand down, I will go there simply to verify who the person in charge of the scene is?
At that stage, I did not know how far Captain Sinjani was out from the given address, and myself was not far. So all I can think is it just needs one of our members to stand off there and gather the correct information and to give feedback, Commissioner.
Can we just go back to what happens after the voice note that you receive? And that is on page 8. So you receive the voice, you send the voice note saying that it's a legitimate operation. That is based on the information that you get from one of the operational WhatsApp groups.
That's correct.
Then Captain Sinjani says, I'm 20 kilometers away, but traffic is chock-a-block.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
You then forward a message at the message that you get from a group. Is it the same message that, the same group as the message that you had gotten earlier that you then sent the voice note in respect of?
Yes.
Okay. And so the person confirmed with you verbally, or was it in the WhatsApp group when you sent the voice note?
They sent this message to me privately.
Okay.
Then I
So when
forwarded
you continue.
Then I forwarded it to the group.
So when you get the message that says it's a legitimate police operation, do you then first send the voice note? We're on page 8 at 1644. What informs the voice note? Is it the same message that you
Yes, because
forward
it's the
later?
same time, 1644 is the same time I sent the written message as well.
Okay. And if we then go to page 9, where we have the message from Chief George, is he also getting that information from the same WhatsApp group, the operational WhatsApp group that you're referring to, or is this a different source? Do you know?
I think that's a different source. I'm not sure.
Okay, because you say in your message, I will send you Ops Commander's number.
Yes.
That is from the person that's informing you.
Yes.
They'll send it. And then Chief George, about 8 minutes later, sends the counterintelligence task team information. First, he sends legal SAPS ops at 1649.
Yes.
And then he sends the 1652 message. You don't know where he got that information from?
No, Commissioner, I don't.
Okay. And you didn't inquire from him where he got that information from, because his information is more specific than what you had received?
Yes, not at the time I didn't know.
Now, Commissioner Kumalo had asked you why you didn't stand down at that point, and you said you needed to verify for yourself. What would have happened if you took the information that you received from your operational WhatsApp group that it was a legitimate operation, and you didn't go there and you find out that it wasn't a legitimate operation?
Yes, correct, because I was entrusted with the information to go to the address, and if I did not give the proper feedback, or it came back that I gave feedback that was incorrect, I would stand to be charged.
Well, did Brigadier Mokoena say anything to you? Because there's nothing from him in the WhatsApp messages, but did he say anything to you privately or contact you to confirm that it was a legitimate operation? Did you chat to him after you received this information?
I can't remember if I spoke to him in between, because if you see, the time is spanning almost to when I stood off, and I was still following a GPS on the phone to get to the address, because I didn't know the address. So I don't know if I spoke to him, but to tell him that I was getting information that it is a legit, but the onus was on me, put on me to confirm it was a legit operation.
I think we can accept that when you get information from the private security company, perhaps you do still need to go and confirm it for yourself.
Yes.
But as Commissioner Kumalo says, once you get the information from Chief George, and it is very specific that it's a counterintelligence task team, they give the name of the general that's in charge. They even tell you who the lieutenant colonel is who's in charge. Why does that not indicate to you that perhaps, it's been confirmed, I don't need to go and confirm it for myself?
At that stage, the Chief George's confirmation, I would not know how he got it or how he knows these people. And given the fact that I was not far out, I still continued.
In fact, according to the timeline, based on what you say about your time of arrival, you were only about 8 minutes away at that stage.
That is correct, Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair. Now, then, can we go to page 9 of BK3, which is also what Commissioner Kumalo had asked you about Captain Sinjani's response. His response is, should we stand down? Now, earlier on, you said you didn't know how far he was, and that is what gave you also an indication that maybe you should still go ahead to confirm. But if you go earlier to the earlier message on page 8, at about 1644, he does respond and say he's 20 kilometers away, but traffic is chock-a-block. So you did have a bit of an indication as to how far he was at that point. Were you closer to the address than what he was at that stage? Do you know?
I would believe so, Commissioner, because It was 16:44 that he says chock-a-block, and then at 16:54 I said I'm still on my way, and at 16:54 I sent my live location so the other members could see my live location where I was driving. So I think he was 10 minutes before, he was 20 k's away, so more or less he's 10 k's out, more or less I'm 8 k's out, I would think.
If he had said to you that he is 5 minutes away, what would your response have been?
That I would meet him at the scene to give him backup.
So you would have still gone to the scene?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Can you explain that to us? Because, I mean, he's a member of your team.
Because I don't know if on the day in question, was he driving alone, was he having a crew with him? Like it was discussed just now, if what to expect if it was not the real police and he stops alone there, he could be sabotaged, or they could, if it was not real police, they could attack him or something. So just to give him the necessary backup that he would need.
Perhaps if you could put it in context for us, because I think we're looking at it retrospectively. If you are at a scene or being told that there's a possibility that there's a bogus operation underway, what is it that you are worried about you will encounter when you get there that makes it so important for you to ensure that it's not just one person that's going out there?
You would look at the fact of the safety of the members. Like I said, you would drive into an ambush maybe. So the factor would be the safety of the members would be priority.
Okay, thank you. Can we then continue on page 9 after you send your location? There's then a message from Warrant Officer Nkosi, who you've saved as Malume.
That is correct, Commissioner.
Okay. Do you know, he says that he is 8 kilometers to the location. Were you closer to the location than he was?
That is correct. That is correct.
And he's sending that message at 6 minutes past 5. What time did you arrive at the scene?
I sent a message on the same page 10. I sent a message, the one written in green, standing off Brigadier. So then I already stood off.
So what does standing off Brig mean?
Mean arrived at the scene.
Oh, standing off means that you've arrived?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. And Captain Sinjani sends a message saying copied. What did you understand that to mean in response to you saying standing off?
He would have noted that I'm standing off. That's why he said copied.
And he would have still been on his way to the scene?
That is correct.
Okay. Can you then tell us what happens when you arrive at the scene?
When I arrive at the scene, at this stage I was on the phone, I think, with the Brigadier, confirming to him on the video, on a phone call that I am arrived and I will approach the said police at the moment. And
sorry, Captain, if I can just interject and if we can go to page 5 of your statement, just to orientate you, paragraph 16, my apologies. At paragraph 16 is when you start dealing with your arrival at the scene. You may proceed.
Okay, I arrived at the scene around 5 o'clock. And at 1700 hours 10, I confirmed my arrival in the chat by sending a message saying standing off Brig, meaning that I have arrived. I was informing the Brigadier that I have arrived at the scene.
And this is, when you say you were informing the Brigadier, that's the message standing off Brig?
That's correct.
You didn't call him telephonically and say to him that you've arrived, do you recall?
That is correct.
You did?
No, I would have maybe called him shortly afterwards, but I have to first find out if it is police and that.
Okay, so tell us about what you observed when you arrived and who from your team was there when you arrived.
When I arrived, it was only myself, Commissioner, and Constable De Gouveia that arrived with the Ford Focus that we were driving.
Had you seen any other Hawks members that were not part of the WhatsApp group that may have gotten there on their own?
No, I did not see any of them.
Okay, proceed.
And we were both dressed in civilian attire, Commissioner. I did, however, had a SAPS buff, a blue written SAPS that I put on to identify myself as a SAPS member, and I had my diary in my hand, and I had my appointment certificate on hand.
Please repeat, what do you say you...
A buff, a mask that I put over my mouth.
And you said that it was branded or it had an emblem. What was it?
SAPS, South African Police Services, with a star and the police.
Okay. Continue. So once you got there, what did you observe at the scene?
I observed vehicles standing in the road, and opposite where I stopped, I saw members or people standing in front of a gate of a premises, this same address that was given earlier.
And you said the gate was open.
The gate was open to the premises, that's correct, Commissioner.
Okay. And what did you do then?
I approached the members standing in front of the house. I could see they were wearing holsters and leg rigs and stuff.
And what did that signify to you?
That it could be policemen or security. They were armed, yes, Commissioner.
When you say they were armed, what do you mean?
On their leg rigs and the holsters, there was firearms, Commissioner.
Okay. And so you approached them?
Yes, Commissioner.
When you approach them, what identification, a physical identification, would they have seen that you are a SAPS member?
I was carrying my diary that is marked with the DPCI emblem. I had the marked SAPS buff on my face, and I was carrying my appointment certificate in my hand.
The buff that you speak of, did you deliberately put on the buff?
That is correct, yes, I did.
Because it was the only form of clothing identification.
That is correct.
Why did you do that?
So they would not misrepresent me, maybe for somebody, mistake me for somebody else. And
Advocate Mulder. Please finish there, sorry.
oh, okay. So they would not mistaken me for anybody else, that I was there to do anything else than I was there to do.
At this point, because it's only you and Digovea, are you now not worried about your safety? You approaching these people that you say
I was.
you don't know who they are? You suspected that they may be impersonating police? It's a large group of them. There's just two of you. And you simply approach them without any difficulty.
I agree, Commissioner. Yes, it was a bit. I was a bit concerned at the time, and I walked in front. And myself, I carry my firearm rigs around my body, on the waist belt. But I was walking, like I said, with the SAPS buff and the appointment certificate in my hand, towards these members.
But how would that have helped you if these people were impersonating the police and it was a large group of them?
Yes,
there were many cars there and many people.
I understand, Commissioner, what you're asking. Yeah, it is difficult sometimes to sum up the people, but as I got closer, I could see the body language that this is police members, maybe.
And Captain, I'm asking these questions not to make you feel uncomfortable or not to suggest anything untoward, but we need to understand, because one of the allegations made against the Hawks is that they were interfering with a lawful police operation, and they were possibly doing so for the benefit of criminal syndicates. So it's important that we ask these questions and give
100%,
clarity.
yes. Commissioner, I understand. No, it is a difficult situation to be in at the moment. That split second or two that you must sum up, is this legit, or are they people are going to attack us? It is difficult, but you've got to use your years of experience that you built up and your trust that you have. As I got closer to the group, I did introduce myself, and I could see the body language drop a little bit. There was a bit of a feeling of uncertainty between, I think, between them and us at the moment. But like I say, we have to use our own discretion at the time given to us. And I used it wisely, I think.
And it could have easily resulted in a shootout.
It could
between
have.
The Hawks and the police.
It could have, but that's why I put the buff on immediately, and I walked with my diary. My diary is always marked, and my appointment certificate in my hand. Yeah, it is a difficult situation at the moment, at the given time. I do agree.
Did you at any stage show your identification card to the subs members? I'm asking this because we have heard evidence that neither side showed their identification cards.
I did to a member that was on the outside there, because he was the first one I interacted. I do not know, I did not take his name or his rank at the moment. He was dressed in civilian clothes. I gave him my appointment certificate, and how I know this, because when he turned it around, he said, "But you're still a warrant officer." But I was promoted 6 days before, so I have not upgraded my appointment certificate to reflect my captain rank at the moment, at the time.
So after that initial stage at which you produced your card, did you ever produce it again and show it to other police officers that you met for the first time?
Yes, I kept it in my hand with my diary, so I could show to the other police officers.
You say so that for you to show it to other, did you actually show it to other police officers?
Yes, Commissioner.
Captain, one assumes that when you approach this scene, now you're walking towards the gate, you have surveyed the place. You don't just walk blind. You
Yes.
take note of the people that are there. We've had evidence that some of the people who were in the operation, involved with the operation, were wearing bulletproof vests, which were marked SAPS. Do you recall seeing that?
I do not recall seeing that. From the outside where I was, I do not recall seeing that.
And as you got to the gate and spoke to this official, you didn't notice
No, I did not
anyone
notice
in
at that
branded
stage.
SAPS uniform?
Not that I can remember, Commissioner. No.
Now, you have Chief George having told you it's a Lieutenant General Kumalo operation. Why would you still be uncertain as you approach? From what you've just explained now, why are you still uncertain whether these are legitimate police or is it a bogus operation, when you've got one of your team members that you have pulled into the operation to be another eye in the operation? Why are you still uncertain?
It's just a feeling from the year's experience, and Chief George gave the information from the helicopter. I was uncertain at the time, how did Chief George come upon this information that he shared to me? So, because on the ground I didn't meet anybody that I knew or that at that time. So yeah, I still approached it with caution. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloy. As Commissioner Baloy says, at that stage, you already had information that it is a legitimate operation.
Correct.
Okay. And when the chair asked you whether you had shown your certificate to any other member, do you recall if you had shown it to Captain Wanda?
I must have shown it to Captain Wanda, yes.
When you say you must have, do you know if you actually did?
Yeah, I can remember, because I had my diary in my hand and my appointment certificate. I would have showed it to him, yes.
Okay, but he didn't ask to see it?
No.
Okay. Can you tell us how it came up?
Before you do that, did you ask him to identify himself, and how did you ask?
I did ask him who he was, yes, Commissioner.
You didn't ask to see his card?
No, I did not.
Why? Because I assume that is the most legitimate way of you establishing. Why did you not ask that?
His approach to me at that time was calm, and he was not funny towards me. And I could see, yes, he is a policeman. It's difficult to explain it, but I could know he's a policeman.
So it is really on speaking to him at that point that you became satisfied that this is a legitimate police operation?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Is that because he's big and broad-shouldered?
No, Commissioner.
And how did it come about that you interacted with Captain Wanda?
I asked one of the members outside that if I could speak to someone in charge of the operation. I did not enter the premises, and neither did Constable de Gouveia that was with me, Commissioner.
When you say you didn't enter the premises, were the gates open?
The gates were open.
Okay. And Captain Wanda then approached you and you say that his demeanor was calm.
That is correct.
How was your demeanor towards him?
At that stage, I was also calm, Commissioner. I was calm and collective.
Did I not see, I think towards the end of your statement, that you say they were not friendly and we were not friendly? Did I not see it somewhere?
Commissioner, I think it was just on approaching the team and what I spoke about earlier, maybe we were thinking these people, who are they, and they thinking, who are we? It's just a bit of misunderstanding from the onset.
Well, yeah, I can confirm that Captain Wanda did say that you were friendly towards him and he was friendly towards you.
That is correct, Commissioner. Okay. Yes.
Let me take you to page 10, paragraph 30. The team executing the takedown were not friendly or collegial towards us, and I admit that we were also not friendly towards them.
Yes, Commissioner, I see that. I think it's just taken out of context a little bit, but yeah, again, I will say that on approaching, you get that feeling of who are these people, and they thinking, who are these people? And we arriving at their operation, but we are still unsure, is this real police, is they not police? So you don't let your guard down. So the type of demeanor they give is the type of demeanor you defend yourself with again at the time. It didn't last long until I showed my appointment certificate, so everything was from there, I think, calm and collective. Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair. I think I jumped the gun a bit when I asked you about Captain Wanda. If we can go to page 5, paragraph 17 of your statement. You speak about a call that you made to Brigadier, or a call that you were on with Brigadier Mokoena when you arrived at the scene. Can you tell us about that call?
Yes, as we arrived on scene, I was on my cell phone with Brigadier Mokoena, and I reported to him that we have arrived. As I approached the gate, a SAPS official was part of the operation. Yes, this I can remember. That was also part of the demeanor that took me on. There was a member not knowing his rank, name, or from the unit he was, in a strong way, like confronted me to ask me, why are you taking photos? And who gave me the right? But it was just allegations. So because when I said to him, no, I don't know who maybe you're speaking to, but I showed him my phone's gallery that there was no photos taken or videos taken on my phone at that moment. So I think that also may be built up to say that we were now speaking on page 10 to say that they were not friendly towards me and vice versa. Yes, Commissioner.
Captain, this which you are describing, it is before you get to speak to Captain
That is
Wanda.
correct. Yes, Commissioner.
So at this point, you now know it's a SAPS operation. It must be, otherwise you would not have shown him the gallery on your phone.
Yes,
You have
Commissioner.
copied.
Yes, I could see, like I spoke earlier, to say the body language through experience. I could understand. Yes, this is policeman. Yeah,
This person who's asking you about your phone.
that is correct. Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you.
So why was there a need to then speak to Captain Wanda?
So I can obtain his contact details and I can give feedback to my commander.
You were asking to speak to the commander.
That is correct, yes, Commissioner.
Now, you refer to your diary on page 6, still at paragraph 17. And if you can go to BK4, which is page 20, just to confirm that that is the extract of your diary for that day.
That is correct, yes, Commissioner.
Okay. Can you just read for us what we see at the point where you say standoff, and explain to us what it is that you're recording?
Okay, I recorded the time I was standing off at the given address at 1700 hours at Sandhurst. I wrote down Captain Wanda, National Task Team, J50 murder, and the phone number of Captain Wanda. And at 1600 I was called by Brigadier Mokoena to go to the said given address, DPSI to confirm on scene, and some few registration numbers.
Okay, well, those registration numbers, there are now 5 or 6 it seems, and we know of only 2 that you had when you went or when you were on your way to the scene. Where did you get these others?
These others are obtained from the scene that I stood off. Yes, Commissioner.
Okay, so you took them down at the scene.
That is correct.
And then you also have finish and leave to NW. What is that?
Northwest.
Okay. And then if we can...
Sorry, that finish and leave to Northwest, it doesn't have a time to it, but it's next to 1900 hours. Is that when you leave?
No, Your Worship. I booked on again on the second page of the diary at 1730. I book on duty in my the diary again at 1730. So I'm going to depart now from this operation of Sandhurst to go to
the Northwest.
That's correct, yes.
Thank you.
So who took the photos that we see on page 21 and continuing?
That is myself, yes, Commissioner.
But if you left at 1730, how are you taking photos at 1756?
No, I booked myself on duty again while I was finishing up. That is what I said.
Do you see, are you at page 21?
Page 31.
21.
21. 1756.
Do you see that the photo has a date and time stamp in it?
I do,
And it
Commissioner.
says 1756.
I do, Commissioner.
That's about 56 minutes after you arrived at the scene.
That is correct.
So it means you were still there at that time.
No, I think if I left, I could still send the photo onto the group. It would show the time I sent the photo.
Or is the time for when you were sending the photo?
That is correct, Commissioner, yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Kumalo. Can we...
Sorry, just
No?
leave that. Please go to page 11, same annexures. Are you there?
I'm there, yes, Commissioner.
Who is sending that message withdrawing all in order?
That is myself, Commissioner.
But you see that is 1755.
1755, I see, yes.
So you could not have left at 1730.
Yes, Commissioner. I just booked on duty at that time because I was on duty. Actually from 4 o'clock I was still on duty, but I just made an entry.
But what were the Hawks doing in Sandhurst for close to an hour, if not more? I don't understand. If you are just there to verify that this is a legitimate police operation, why are you spending an hour there? What are you doing?
Oh no, I met my other members that arrived after me, that they were 8 minutes out or 20 k's out. They came in and I said to them, I explained to them everything is fine. We can leave from here to go to the next operation, that we must all drive safely. So just like a debrief briefing that I gave.
It doesn't account for the other 40 minutes. If there were only 8 minutes behind you, it means they are there at 20 past, more or less.
More or less 20 past, half past, yes.
So what were you doing for the other 40 minutes?
It's probably the time I was testing the registration numbers and giving feedback to Brigadier Mokoena.
And I'm asking you these questions because Captain Wanda says the Hawks officials that were there were asking for the J50, were asking to know what the operation is about, who are they arresting, and for what purpose?
That wouldn't be from our side that I can remember, Commissioner, because I did not ask Captain Wanda to see the J50, and he did not also show it to me. I don't know if, there was other Hawks members that stopped after us. I do not know from which branch are they or from which office they were sent. But from my side, from my members, we just done a debriefing and a briefing to carry on duty to go to the next operation.
And when you say other Hawks members, how did you know that they were Hawk members?
They had Hawks T-shirts on with the emblem of DPCI on the shirts.
And they weren't with you?
They were not with me.
And do you know who sent them to the scene?
No, I do not know. I do not know, Commissioner.
One is going to have to ask you to speculate even. You didn't summon these people that you say are from the DPCI and you think they are from Johannesburg. That is what your statement says.
I said that in my statement, yes, Commissioner. I suspected they were from the Johannesburg branch maybe, but from which section I do not know.
But they were not summoned by you?
They were not summoned by me, no, Commissioner.
Who else could have summoned DPCI members on your operation? You've been given instructions by Brigadier Mokoena to go to this scene, right? That's who you are reporting. That's who you are reporting to, and
yes,
ultimately you provide the final report to. Who could have summoned additional people?
Like I said, I do not know from which section they are. If their section commander also requested them, maybe their section commander could have been also by the Excellence Awards. I'm not sure. I didn't also ask.
Well, let me put it this way. It seems to me that Brigadier Mokoena, as the owner of the operation, the one that gave you instructions, owner in that way.
From the Tom side, yes.
Yes, would have been the one that mobilizes others to join you.
No.
If it's not you, because it's the two of you who are involved with this operation. So it's either you called out for other people. We know that you asked Chief George for assistance, and he said to you, I don't have people on land, right? And that's how he comes out in the helicopter. So we know you've made a request. We know you've sent out WhatsApp messages to your people. Now, if it's not you, and it's not, if it's not you, and it's not Brigadier Mokoena, where would anyone have known about this operation to summon DPCI Johannesburg?
I'm not sure. I cannot answer because I'm not sure, Commissioner.
But ordinarily, it would have been you or Brigadier Mokoena, right?
Yes.
Ordinarily, it's one of you.
Brigadier Mokoena was just summoned our team, not any other teams.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. Would Brigadier Mokoena have deployed Hawks members with T-shirt, with emblems with the Hawks emblem T-shirts?
We do wear sometimes. It depends what you wear for the day. So if we were on duty from the morning and we had to do operation at night, we didn't really book off. We will go follow up the information or do the project we're busy with. 2 or 3 members might arrive with emblems written DPCI, or others just in the normal civilian clothes. But I did not recognize the members from our office.
So when you say you don't recognize from your office, you mean they weren't Tom's members?
They're correct, they were not from Tom's.
And would Brigadier Mokoena only have deployed Tom's members?
That is correct, yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Just an issue around the numbers of you and your colleagues. Brigadier Mokoena said that he sent you and Constable Digavea, and he said if he sends out 2 officers and the officers of their own accord add to the numbers, that is an offense for which those officers may be disciplined. Do you know of any such thing?
Yes, I do know, Commissioner, but I can remember, if I can think back, and I can remember Brigadier said he's going to summon other members that's closer as well with me to respond, obviously for the urgency of thereof.
I'm not sure I follow that. If you or Constable Digavea were to invite other officers to assist the two of you with this operation that involved nothing other than going there to verify whether this was a legitimate operation, would you be committing an offense? That is, by adding to your number, would that be an offense? That is what Brigadier Mukwena said.
I do not.
Basically that you cannot add of your own accord.
If Brigadier Mukwena said so, then I would agree with him, Commissioner. But the fact that it is of urgency, as we spoke for earlier, and we do not know if it was legit or not policemen, we are able to call our members for backup.
You say you would agree if he says so.
Yes, Commissioner.
What would you say if he had not said so? Is it an offense if you have been instructed?
I do not think it's an offense.
To do what you were instructed to do, and only two of you have been so instructed. Would it be an offense for you to add to the two of you? Assuming that Brigadier Mukwena had not said so, because you say, if he says so, yes, it is an offense. Let's remove him. I'm asking you about your own knowledge. Would that be an offense?
I do not think it is an offense, according to me, Commissioner, because it goes down to the safety of the team, of our members. So I do not, in that situation, would say it is an offense to ask for backup, for extra backup, regarding the urgency of the matter and the uncertainty thereof.
Have you or even Constable Digavea been charged with any offense for the fact that you added others onto the operation?
No, I have not, and neither has Constable Digavea, Commissioner. Thank you.
Okay.
Can I
Captain,
just ask one question? Sorry, Commissioner Baloy. In paragraph 21 of your statement, and I apologize if you're still going there, Advocate Ngube. This is not about you, this is about Brigadier Mukwena. You say you were in Pretoria North when he called you, and the other Tom's team members that you called were in Mkhale City or that part of the world. And I see from paragraph 21 that there are actually DPCI members in Johannesburg. If the situation was so urgent, do you know why he did not just call the people in Johannesburg? Why did he have to ask somebody who is in North Pretoria to attend to a scene in Sandhurst?
As I said, Brigadier Mukwena is our section head, and we are the Tactical Operations Management Section that stands for TOMS, Tactical Operations Management Section of the DPCI. So it would be our job to go.
Just verify if the people there are the Hawks.
Yes, because we are the operational team of the Hawks, so everybody relies on us to do the operations, yes.
And you're saying the Johannesburg DPCI people could not perform the same exercise?
I'm not sure they could have, but I don't know under which section they were working. Like I said, I do not know them, if they are capable or if they're on that level. Yes, sir.
you do say in your statement that these Johannesburg DPCI people were from organized crime.
I said possibly, I was not sure. I could not say for certain. Yes, Commissioner.
Yes. I had earlier understood, and please correct me if I misunderstood you, that these people could not have been summoned by Brigadier Mokoena because they do not fall within your team.
Yes.
Do I understand you correctly?
That is correct, yes, Commissioner.
So the instruction or whoever summoned these people must have been someone other than, if you're correct, other than Brigadier Mokoena.
Correct, Commissioner.
Possibly, is it possible that it may be General Mboto to whom Brigadier Mokoena reports and who's the one that triggered your operation?
I do not know under which, like I say, it's difficult to say from which section they are. Are they on a provincial level, from a national level? So I could not say, yes, it came from General Mboto. No, I can't say that. If they're working from a Joburg office or they're working from an East Rand office, maybe even.
What difference does it make? And I'm asking you a question to understand your structure and how it works.
Yes.
Remember, I'm not part of it. So if you, General Mboto, who can he instruct? And what does it matter that it's a province, it's East Rand, it's Johannesburg, it's national, in terms of that line of instructions?
Brigadier Mokoena being with them at the National Excellence Awards would have got the instruction from the General and would have instructed us immediately under. I do not think he would have sent anybody else because organized crime would fall under another section head.
But obviously somebody organized them.
I'm not, must have been, or they saw it on a group, or someone else summoned them. I'm not sure. I can't say.
No, you say in your statement, one of these members told me that they were also sent to verify if the operation was legitimate. So they didn't just happen by themselves. Someone sent them there.
Yes.
You're saying you don't know who.
Unfortunately, yes. I did not take any contact details from them or so forth. No.
Yes,
I cannot.
but they were sent by somebody, according to your statement.
That's correct.
What they reported to you.
Yes, Commissioner.
The who is the one that we don't know who sent them. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Captain, if I could just ask when either the commissioners or myself are asking you a question, if you could wait till the end of the question to answer, because if you interject like that, it affects the transcript. So then the transcript doesn't pick up the difference in the speakers. So just wait until the question has been asked and then you can answer.
I apologize. I will do so. Thank you.
No need to apologize. Thanks. Okay. Now, can we go back to your statement? We were at paragraph 18, page 6, where you are now interacting with Captain Wanda after you asked the individual that you first approached to call the commander in charge. What happens between you and Captain Wanda?
And I identify myself to Captain Wanda. And I said I was sent here to confirm that it was a legitimate police operation and they are genuine policemen, which was confirmed. As I said, I asked him what operation they're busy with. He informed me it was a J50. Warrant of arrest. Like I said also, I did not ask to see the warrant of arrest and he also did not show it to me. And I took down his particulars and phone number and so forth.
And did you ask who the subject of the warrant of arrest is?
No, I did not.
Did you know at whose house you were?
I did not know.
Okay, and then at paragraph 19, you say that you did not act with anyone else besides Captain Wanda and the official who directed you to Captain Wanda.
That is correct.
Does that mean that you did not speak to the investigating officer that was in charge of the operation? Only those two? You only spoke to those two individuals?
That is correct, what I can remember, yes, Commissioner.
Do you know if anybody else from your team, from the Hawks, had interacted with the takedown operation members?
Not that I can remember, Commissioner, no.
So not Constable de Gavea, not Warrant Officer Nkosi or anyone that was in your WhatsApp group?
No, not that I can recall, Commissioner. Like I said, we stood off first, and then I was busy with the phone. Then the other members arrived, but I cannot remember an interaction between, that per se, to say, yeah, I did see them interacting with anybody else.
Okay, and then at paragraph 20, you speak about what happened after your interaction with Captain Wanda. Can you tell us about that?
Yes. There I mentioned that the other members arrived from Tom's team. At this point, Captain Wanda had already confirmed the operation was legit. As such, I informed the Tom's members that everything was sorted out, that everything was in order.
And did you ever see the helicopter that Chief George had deployed?
No, I did not. No, Commissioner.
Captain Wanda says that while they were interacting with you, the helicopter was hovering over the scene.
I cannot remember that, Commissioner, no.
Is it possible that he's correct and you can't remember, or are you saying that he can't be correct?
It can be possible.
Okay, you just don't recall.
I don't recall, yes, Commissioner.
And then you, at paragraph 21, you speak about you, as you were preparing to leave, you saw the, which is what you had dealt with earlier, the other DPCI members.
That is correct, yes.
Now, on page 7 at paragraph 22, you then report back to Brigadier Mokoena. Can you tell us what are you reporting back on, and at what stage did you report back to him?
Once I was away from Captain Wanda and that, I reported, I phoned Brigadier Mokoena. I said to him, look here, it is a legitimate operation, Brigadier, and there is real policemen on scene. They're busy executing a J50, which is a warrant of arrest, and everybody is safe. From our team side, I would have reported that. And then I started to take registration number photos and so on for the scene, which I can later test and give back the information to my brigadier.
Can we just go to page 11 of BK3, which is the WhatsApp chats, at 1746, you get a message from Brigadier Mokoena in the group, and he says, Captain Berry, thanks a lot, you can withdraw, bro. There's no earlier message that he's responding to. Do you know why he posted that message in the group when you had already had the call with him that the operation is legitimate and you were withdrawing?
That would have been just to notify all members that he's happy with feedback, and then possibly he was also busy with the generals by the place that he was, that he had a bit of the minutes gap in between that because he was at the Excellence Awards. Yes.
Okay.
This message, as Ms. Ngumbe says, that there is nothing that precedes it that explains this message from Brigadier Mokoena. Is it possible that he, in your recollection, that he would have sent this after you reported to him on the telephone?
Yes.
Yes, you are describing.
Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Okay, and then at paragraph 22, you then speak about photographs that you took at the scene. Why did you take the photographs?
I took photographs, Your Commissioner, because there was, like I said, many vehicles there. So I could, after the fact, on the MCD, the motor circulation application, just check where the vehicles belong to.
Why was that necessary for purposes of reporting when you had now confirmed the legitimacy of the operation?
Also, just for my notes to see where are these policemen actually from, and just to confirmation to say.
Why would that be necessary for your reporting?
Because I took only Captain Wanda's name and his phone number. I did not know who all was from his team or other teams involved there.
If you had asked Captain Wanda to identify all the vehicles that belonged to the team that was executing the operation, would there have still been a need for you to take photographs of the vehicles?
No, I do not think so. You're correct.
So you didn't think to ask him to do that?
Yes, Commissioner.
Sir, I don't understand, Captain. You now are satisfied this is a legitimate police operation because you've had this exchange with Captain Wanda. You've had your own team member who has confirmed this is a Lieutenant General Kumalo operation. And you've told us that when you arrived, there's this one member who confronted you and you were satisfied that he's a SAPS member. That's why you shared your phone with him. There are lots of vehicles around. You say there are people in civilian clothes and you have your Hawks member. I don't understand why you're taking photographs of vehicles. You're now satisfied. You've reported to your superior that we are withdrawing. Why are you taking photographs of vehicles and later checking them?
The only reason I could say, Commissioner, is that because if you see later on the WhatsApp, that same group, I posted all the vehicles details. So it's just for our record keeping. It's just for record keeping, I could say.
Of a SAPS operation. It's a SAPS operation that is going on there. You were sent to go and verify this is a legitimate operation. You verify that.
Yes, Commissioner.
You take photographs of vehicles and you even look them up and you share on your WhatsApp group who these vehicles are. It's not just a matter of you putting it in your report to your superior. You share. I'm not sure I understand your explanation for that step.
All I say again, Commissioner, is because like Brigadier Makwena was not on scene, he was on the group, so I just shared it for record keeping purposes. So that even if he could take record and to see, okay, these vehicles are real police vehicles or no, it belongs to other people. So it was just mainly for record keeping purposes, Commissioner.
Captain Kruger, were you asked by Brigadier Mokoena to take these photographs?
I cannot recall that completely, but I'll take the blame for that.
No.
You said a few minutes before, you said that you did this for purposes of your report. Other than your diary entry, did you prepare a report?
On my diary entry, Commissioner, I did write some registration numbers down here because, and I must have taken it from my phone to complete the report.
So what we see at page 20 of BK3, must we take that to be the report you are referring to?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair. I was still here.
Ms. Ngube asks you, were you asked to take photographs of vehicles and you say you cannot recall? It is possible, therefore,
Yes.
that Brigadier Mkwena asked you to take photographs of vehicles that are there.
It's possible, yes, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloy. Captain, then if we can go to paragraph 23 on page 7 of your report. I don't think it's necessary for you to deal with that in any detail. It's just a recordal of the motor vehicle confirmations that you then process from the photographs that you took, correct?
Correct, Commissioner.
Of the vehicles.
Yes.
And that appears from page 12 of BK3.
That is correct, Commissioner.
And then one of the vehicles that you had identified actually was a SAPS vehicle, is that correct?
That is correct, yes, Commissioner.
And it was registered in, it was a Durban registration.
Correct, Commissioner.
Okay.
This is the vehicle, this is one of the two vehicles that Brigadier Mokoena sent to you. There's a, in the WhatsApp exchanges that there is a black X5 there,
Correct, Commissioner.
and you took a photograph of it,
Yes, Commissioner.
and you shared this with him or with the group.
Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you. And the Audi, you say in the statement that you can't confirm whether that Audi was on the scene or not.
No, you can't, Commissioner.
And you don't know why he gave you those two vehicles in advance as you were approaching the scene, why he sent this to you.
All that I can think of is that the two vehicles, the time he got the call was those two vehicles were on scene.
Yes,
Yes, Commissioner.
thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. And then at paragraph 24, you deal with the message that you received from Brigadier Mokoena, thanking everyone, which we have dealt with already. On page 8, at paragraph 25, you then share the photographs, which we have also dealt with, and you set out the identity of the owners of the vehicles and the registration.
That is correct, yes, Commissioner.
Okay. And similarly at paragraph 20 until 25.5. At paragraph 26, you refer to a message that is sent at 1807 by Warrant Officer Nkosi. Can you tell us about that message?
Yes, Commissioner, I see that.
At paragraph 26.
Yes, I just want to get to that message. Okay.
The message is on
Page
page
14.
Yes, page 14
Okay,
of
yes.
BK3.
Warrant Officer Nkosi then sent a message on the WhatsApp group saying, this is the person that called the general. And Brigadier Mokoena asked which one. All I can think at this stage, Commissioner, is that Warrant Officer Nkosi must have also relayed to me because I made a circle around the picture I took, confirming it is that person.
That's on page 15.
Correct.
And Warrant Officer Nkosi is saying that it's a Mr. Mtetwa.
That is correct, Commissioner.
And the circled, the picture with the circle of the person, who sent that?
That was me circling the gentleman.
Did you at any stage get to know how Warrant Officer Nkosi knew that this was the person that called the general?
I cannot recall, Commissioner. I think Warrant Officer Nkosi must have spoken to him. That's all how I can reflect back to see. And then I still circled the picture. So he must have let me know, and then speaking on the group to the brigadier saying this is the person that called the general, and me circling it, and of course he must have given me that information, whereas I just can't recall it so well.
Captain, where are you as you are sending these WhatsApps? It is now 1809.
No, then we already left the scene.
Who was driving the vehicle when you were leaving the scene?
Constable de Gouveia.
So you were passenger?
That's correct, yes.
Sending these WhatsApps?
Yes.
Did Warrant Nkosi tell you, and I think that's what the chair was asking, maybe I missed your answer. Did Warrant Nkosi tell you how he knows that this is, how he came to know that this is the person that spoke to the general and what his name is?
Commissioner, as I stated that all I can think he must have he must have told me because I circled the picture.
No, and I understand that he must have told you. What I'm asking is a different question. Did he tell you how he knew this is the person that called the general, where he got that information from?
No, he must have maybe, but I can't recall it. He must have spoken to the gentleman to be able to, that's all I can think. He spoke to this gentleman to be able to make such a statement.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And of course, to you, this was hearsay. But did you understand this to be reference to General Libya? Because according to General Mboto, so far as you are concerned, it's Brigadier Mokoena.
Yes.
But were you not told that it was General Mboto who said to Brigadier Mokoena that General Libya had said he had been called by somebody? You are not aware of that long chain?
Yeah, no, I'm not aware of that long conversation or the letter which goes up and down. No, I'm not sure.
So what I wanted to get to is which general
Yes.
reference is to in this sentence. Is it General Libya or General Mboto?
I'm not sure. I can't confirm.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair. Now, the gentleman that you circled in the picture, had you encountered him at the scene?
I did see him at the scene, yes, because I took the picture of him.
And did you interact with him?
No, I did not.
Captain Wanda gave evidence that this gentleman gave his phone to Captain Wanda, and on the other line was Brigadier Mokoena, who had spoken to Captain Wanda. Are you aware of that conversation between Captain Wanda and Brigadier Mokoena?
I'm not sure that this is the man that spoke to my Brigadier Mokoena. Usually, because at that stage I did not have a state cell phone, so I was using my private phone. I usually on such a scene would say, speak to my commander, if I was on the phone, to speak on my phone. I cannot recall that that gentleman spoke to Captain Wanda, no, or before I arrived, but from when I was on the scene, I cannot recall that, no.
Regarding the same telephone conversation, Brigadier Mokoena says that he spoke to Captain Wanda on your phone because you had given the phone to Captain Wanda with Brigadier Mokoena on the other line. Do you recall if you had done so?
I can't recall 100%, Commissioner, but it is possible, yes.
If that did happen, though, it would be in your statement. Can you explain why it's not in your statement? And just for your benefit, let me read what Brigadier Mokoena said at paragraph 5 of his statement. Captain Wanda and Captain Kruger gave his cell phone. Sorry, let me start from the beginning. To the best of my recollection, Captain Kruger told me that he was with the head or leader of the takedown operation, Captain Wanda, and Captain Kruger gave his cell phone to Captain Wanda for me to speak to him. Now, that is not in your statement. And what I'm putting to you is, if that did happen, it would have been in your statement because it's an important fact to record.
I agree, Commissioner, it is a relatively important fact. But like I said, I do not recall 100%, but it is possible. The time I made the statement from last year, December, it's a possibility.
Well, you have, when did you download the chats between yourself and Brigadier Mokoena for purposes of this commission's, for your evidence here today? Was it the same time as the WhatsApp group chats?
No, I think it was last month, Commissioner, yes.
Also last month.
Yeah.
The calls from Brigadier Mokoena to you throughout this incident, was it on WhatsApp or was it from a normal cell phone line?
I think Brigadier Mokoena would call me a direct phone call, but because of my private phone, I would, if I've got airtime, phone back on a normal call. If not, I would phone him on a WhatsApp call.
So if it was a WhatsApp call, you would still have that as part of your records?
I'm sure there would be, but I've looked and I don't see so far back records.
Okay, when you say you don't see so far back, are you talking about WhatsApp?
Yes, WhatsApp and normal calls.
But you do have the record of the actual conversations on that day?
Yes.
So how can the calls not reflect on that WhatsApp conversation?
No, you're correct, yeah. We could show on the chat.
And so if you did call him and he put your phone on video and it's not appearing on the WhatsApp, it would have been on a normal cell phone line?
Yes, Commissioner, yes.
Captain, I want to suggest that you're mistaken. You're possibly mistaken. In fact, more than possibly, you're mistaken when you say that that Brigadier Mokoena spoke on your phone while you were with Captain Wanda, and it's because of what you say in your statement at paragraph 22. And you've testified to this. You say, after verifying the legitimacy of the operation, I reported back to Brigadier Mokoena. Now, if that telephone call had happened while you were busy with Captain Wanda and you had Mokoena on the phone, on your speakerphone, and he got to speak to Captain Wanda, you would not have had to report back to him because he would have heard, as you were speaking to Captain Wanda, that the operation is legitimate.
You are correct, Commissioner.
That's
yes.
correct, right?
Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloy. Captain Kruger, I just want to confirm with you that what you're saying is that you don't recall if you gave your phone to Captain Wanda in order for Brigadier Mokoena to speak to him. Is that what you're saying? Or are you saying that it is possible that it did happen? What is it that you're saying?
It could have happened, yes, Commissioner, it could have happened. But I don't see I never wrote it down, yes, and I do not see it in my call record.
And we know that you're somebody who's meticulous with record keeping.
Yes,
So if it happened, you would have had it somewhere there.
I agree, yes.
Thank you. So if we can then go to paragraph page 9 of your, my apologies, Chair, I see that it is after 4, but we're nearly done with this witness.
Let's continue to the
Thank you, Chair. At paragraph 20, I think we're still at the conversation on page 8, that starts on page 8, at the bottom of page 8, where the Chair had asked you if you knew which general was being referred to, and you said you didn't know. There's a response from Brigadier Mokoena asking which one. So he's referring to which one of the people in the photograph is being referred to there.
That's correct.
And you then circle it.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And that person has been identified as Mr. Mtetwa.
Correct, Your Worship.
And he's one of the people whose vehicles was on the site as well.
Correct, Commissioner, yes.
And then at page 9, paragraph 27, you say that you then closed the WhatsApp group.
That is correct, Commissioner.
Why did you do that?
Because from the 6th to the 13th, according to me, the operation was done, the feedback was given, and of having so many groups, then we closed the group when it's no longer needed.
Before you closed the group, you said you had asked anyone if they had an objection to it.
Correct.
Did Brigadier Mokoena respond to that message?
Correct, he did, yes.
What did he say?
He said there that it's fine with him that I can close the group.
And
Before you continue, Ms. Nube, Captain, in this paragraph, you have just referred to Brigadier Mokoena participating in the group chats. Earlier in your evidence, you referred to his participation in other contexts in the group chats. You confirm that?
Yes, Commissioner.
Brigadier Mukwena said to us in his testimony that he never participated in those group chats. And he said that whatever seems to appear under his name must have been superimposed onto the chats by you. Is that correct? Is he correct in saying so?
No, I do not agree, Commissioner. I think maybe just because of being so many group chats and people can get confused from last year till now, maybe he's incorrect.
But he says this being shown the chats themselves, it's not as if he's being asked to respond off the top of his head. He was actually shown the chats.
I understand, Commissioner. Yes, I agree.
But why do you give the response that you are given? Are you trying to protect your boss?
No. I can see there because messages sent from him on the group and then also referring to him on the group that we referred to, like saying which one and can I close the group? So yes, but I don't know how busy his schedule was for that day that maybe...
So the short and direct response by you is that all the chats that appear to have been sent by him were indeed sent by him.
Correct, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Captain, on page 9 at paragraph 28, you raise a similar concern that the commissioners have raised about a report on this matter. You refer to it as an inquiry. Can you tell us why you felt the need to mention that in paragraph 28?
Perhaps before that, let's ask him to read the whole of paragraph 28 into the record. Please,
Yes.
Captain.
Can you read paragraph 28 into the record?
I must note that no inquiry number was created for this incident for reporting purposes. The usual practice and procedure is that an inquiry number is created for every incident that the team has to attend to in order to ensure that information regarding that incident is captured in one place and available.
Can you, Ms. Ncube will come in with her question, but let me ask this. Do you know why no inquiry number was created in respect of this incident?
I think maybe because of the urgency of the matter.
There was urgency when you were still going there.
Yes.
But post it all, there was no longer urgency. You were done, everything was done and dusted. So why was an inquiry number not created?
I understand, Commissioner, yes. All that I can think is, like I said, it was urgent at the time, and then because it came from the DIVCOM or the national head, it was of urgency from them, from their side, that we go and make sure.
I don't understand the repeated reference to what happened before, which made this urgent. I'm asking about afterwards, because my understanding is that you create the inquiry number afterwards. Is that so or not?
Actually, when we receive information, the inquiry number is asked and allocated.
Is that always under situations where you create it afterwards? If maybe because
Yes, you
of
could.
urgency, if maybe because of urgency you could not do it beforehand.
Yes, you could, Commissioner, yeah.
So my question stands then, why was it not done here?
Maybe the fault is from my side because we went to work that night in another province with another inquiry that I never got around to asking for a new inquiry number.
Who would have been responsible for creating the inquiry number?
It would have been maybe me if the brigadier asked me directly to go to the operation, or from the brigadier's side to have an inquiry number.
Why do you say maybe me? Who would it have been in those circumstances where the brigadier gives you an instruction?
I could have asked the brigadier to maybe give an inquiry number to me if I'm being deployed for a operation.
Captain, I understand your reluctance to answer the question, but please can you
Yes.
answer it? Who would have been responsible for creating the inquiry number in those circumstances where you get an instruction from your brigadier?
It could have been the brigadier himself or me. I should have maybe asked for inquiry number.
Captain, there are protocols, I'm sure,
Yes,
about
Commissioner.
matters such as this, who requests or who creates an inquiry number. It's not a question that is left for whatever people feel at any one time, whether they should ask or not. There are protocols. What is the DPCI protocol? You have told us the usual practice. You say the usual practice is that an inquiry number is created for every incident. That's what you say.
Yes.
What is the usual practice? Who creates the inquiry number according to your procedures?
If the brigadier called me, I should have asked him, Brigadier, can I open an inquiry for this? He would say, go ahead, and then I would ask on the group to please give me the next inquiry number.
So you would have asked the brigadier to give you the inquiry number?
Or I would have asked him if he can let me ask for inquiry.
Sorry, I don't understand the answer.
I would have asked the brigadier's permission that I may ask for inquiry number.
Who do you ask for an inquiry number from?
From the brigadier or from a lieutenant colonel or a colonel on our team.
You are sent on an operation by Brigadier Mokoena.
Yes.
Am I wrong to expect that that's who you would ask for a number, for an inquiry number, because he sent you on an operation?
Yes, no, you're correct.
Okay. Now, you've also told us that you submitted a report, which is your diary. You submitted photographs of motor vehicles and details of motor vehicles. Under what inquiry number? How does the DPCI trace this report and the attached documents, the photographs and details of other vehicles, if there's no inquiry number?
Yes, it should have been captured inside an inquiry file, yes.
So there's no way of finding these records because there is no number?
No.
Thank you.
What is especially concerning for me, Captain, is that you are sent to this address in Sandhurst because allegedly there are people who are impersonating the Hawks. While you are there, other people arrive dressed as the Hawks. You don't get their identity details. You don't know who they are. You don't know where they come from. You say you believe that they were from Johannesburg DPCI, possibly organized crime, which means you don't even know where they came from, and you don't even know if they impersonated the Hawks because you don't know who they are.
Correct, Commissioner, yeah, you're correct,
And
yes.
yet, the purpose for which you were sent to the address was to verify whether there were people there who were impersonating the Hawks. That troubles me.
I understand, Commissioner, no. They only arrived afterwards. They
No, but
arrived.
you spoke to them because you said you are the one who told them that the situation is under control. and
Yes,
they
I
leave.
can't remember, but I didn't write down yeah, it was my mistake not to
Now,
get a number or name.
this commission is not even in a position to trace them and invite them to come and give evidence to this commission because you are not assisting us in terms of who they are.
I understand, Commissioner.
Who is the custodian of inquiry numbers within the DPCI?
At our office, there's registers there in the admin office, Commissioner.
Please repeat that.
At our office, there is office personnel who deals with that.
Don't DPCI members on the field get numbers for purposes of lodging the inquiry, don't they get numbers from that office then?
That is correct, yes, Commissioner.
So it's a matter of the members concerned directly contacting that office.
Correct, Commissioner.
Thank you.
And lastly from me, when you were speaking to the chair earlier or responding to the chairperson earlier about this very issue, why there is no inquiry number, and you said maybe because it was an emergency or an urgent request to attend to a scene, you are not saying that urgent requests or emergency requests to attend to the scene don't have numbers in the DPCI, don't have inquiry number. You're not suggesting that?
No, Commissioner.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. Captain, if we can then deal with the conclusion at page 9, paragraph 29. I think you should probably read this into the record together with paragraph 30.
Yes, want me to read it?
Yes.
I must state that I have heard that the team conducting the operations have stated that they considered our actions to be acts of interference of the operation. I was simply carrying out an instruction from my commander in the best way I know how, given the urgency that he expressed during the initial call and the fact that he persistently contacted me while I was en route to the address. The team executing the takedown were not friendly or collegial towards us, and I admit that we were also not friendly towards them. However, once Captain Wanda confirmed that the operation was legitimate, our team immediately withdrew from the scene.
Do you want to add anything to that?
I think I covered it earlier to say on arrival, you can just get that feeling of, and then I was asked by a member, why am I taking the videos or photos when I wasn't at that time? And then once I spoke to Captain Wanda, yes, we were both calm and collective and decent to each other.
Have you since interacted with Captain Wanda?
Not before today, no.
You interacted with him today?
Yes.
And how was the interaction?
No, very, very nice, very friendly and collective.
Thank you, Captain.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Captain.
Thank you, Commissioner.
That
That's
should
it for the
conclude
witness.
today's proceedings, and are we resuming at 9:30 tomorrow?
Correct, Chair.
Let's adjourn until 9:30 tomorrow.
Thank you.